Good morning, everyone. Please be seated. Well, welcome everyone to our County Council meeting on Wednesday, August 12th, 2026. It is 9:30 a.m. and I'm calling this meeting to order. As we gather here today, we acknowledge that we are on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin people. For thousands of years, these lands have been cared for, respected, and stewarded by Indigenous peoples whose connection to this territory continues today. We recognize that while the County of Renfrew was established in 1861, the history of this place is far older and far richer. We are grateful for the stewardship, knowledge, and resilience of the Algonquin people and all Indigenous peoples who have called this territory home. Acknowledging the land is not simply about looking back. It's about understanding our responsibility today. It's about building relationships, showing respect, and creating a future grounded in reconciliation, learning, and partnership. May we continue that work together with humility, with openness, and with a shared commitment to caring for this place and for one another. And at this time, I would invite you to stand for a moment of silent reflection.
Our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us common.
Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits.
God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, would you kindly do roll call?
Sure. Good morning and welcome back. Councillor Burrows,
Present.
Councillor Doncaster, Councillor Donahue,
Here.
Councillor Emo,
Present.
Councillor Giardini,
Present.
Councillor Grills,
Present.
Councillor Hodnott,
Present.
Councillor Yon,
Present.
Councillor Lynch,
Here.
Councillor Mayville,
Present.
Warden Murphy,
Here.
Councillor Nicholson, Councillor Proctor,
Here.
Councillor Service,
Here.
Councillor Schulist,
Yotiam Diso.
Councillor Watt,
Present.
and Councillor Weir.
Here.
Thank you, and we have quorum.
Thank you. At this time, I'll ask, is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest or the general nature thereof? I see none. At this time, I have a resolution that the minutes of the County Council meeting of June 24th, 2026 be adopted. May I have a mover and seconder? Moved by the member from Laurentian Hills, seconded by the member from Greater Madawaska. Were there any errors or omissions? I see none. All in favor? Thank you, Council. Good morning, members of Council, staff, and guests. First, I'd like to welcome everyone back following our July break. I hope you all had an opportunity to spend time with family and friends, enjoy some of the many attractions our region has to offer, and recharge for what promises to be a busy fall season. Although council has not met since June, there's certainly been no shortage of activity across the county of Renfrew. Our communities, businesses, organizations, and residents continue to demonstrate the energy, innovation, and sense of community that makes this county such a special place to call home. This past weekend marked the International Day of World's Indigenous Peoples, observed annually on August 9th. The day provides an opportunity to recognize and celebrate the cultures, traditions, histories, and contributions of Indigenous peoples. Here in Renfrew County, we continue to acknowledge the important role Indigenous communities have played and continue to play in shaping our region. In that spirit, I would like to acknowledge the recent installation of the Algonquin Trail sign in the town of Petawawa that was unveiled this past Friday. This meaningful initiative recognizes the history and significance of the area, including its natural beauty, its roots in traditional Algonquin territory, and the many transitions, establishments, and journeys that have shaped it over time. And I will say that I didn't know what to expect, but I didn't expect that. So if you have an opportunity, this amazing sign sits right on the Algonquin Trail. It is certain to be a selfie station. The letters are taller than me, and I know everybody's going to go, well, that means nothing. I know. Deb Grills is looking at me like, okay. But it is just a spectacular addition to the town of Petawawa, and Mayor Service, thank you for including me. I would also like to encourage residents and visitors alike to take advantage of the many experiences available throughout Renfrew County as Taste of the Valley gets underway. This annual celebration showcases the incredible talent, entrepreneurship, and local flavor found across our communities. It's a wonderful opportunity to support local businesses, discover new experiences, and enjoy the best our region has to offer. If the crowds last weekend's event in Barry's Bay are any indication, the season is going to be fantastic. The county has also been pleased to welcome several provincial ministers to our region over the past few weeks, providing important opportunities to highlight local priorities and showcase the work taking place across Renfrew County. Earlier this summer, we welcomed the Minister of Rural Affairs, Lisa Thompson, to discuss the impact of provincial investments through the Rural Ontario Development Program. Continued support for rural municipalities helps ensure that communities such as ours remain vibrant, competitive, and prepared to meet future opportunities and challenges. More recently, the Minister of Long-Term Care, Natalia Kusendova-Bashta, visited Miramichi Lodge to see firsthand the innovative butterfly model of care. The visit highlighted the exceptional work being undertaken by county staff to create an environment that places residents at the center of care and promotes meaningful engagement and quality of life. The county also had the opportunity to meet with Minister of Energy and Mines, Stephen Lecce, to discuss energy priorities and opportunities within Renfrew County. Reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy remains critical to supporting our residents, businesses, and future economic growth, and we appreciate the opportunity to advocate for the needs of our region. It was a really lovely breakfast with Minister Lecce, and I thank Mr. Davis and Mayor Nicholson for joining. Next week, several members of County Council will be attending the Association of Municipalities of Ontario conference. AMO provides an important opportunity for municipal leaders from across the province to come together, share ideas, and advocate for the issues that matter most to our communities. I'm sorry. I did. Maybe I didn't want to recognize you. Sorry, I'm also supposed to recognize and thank MPP Billy Deneau for his continued support of the County of Renfrew, for attending and helping to facilitate these opportunities which strengthen meaningful connections with provincial ministers and support ongoing advocacy for our region. And if Billy's watching, I really didn't mean to cut him out. I look forward to joining fellow members of council as we participate in several delegations at AMO and continue to promote the interests and priorities of Renfrew County. I would also be remiss if I did not acknowledge that Councillor Peter Ema is seeking election to the AMO Rural Caucus. I encourage eligible voting members to support Peter's candidacy and help strengthen rural representation at the AMO board table. As we return from the summer months and look ahead to a busy fall, these events remind us of what makes Renfrew County exceptional. Strong communities, successful local businesses, dedicated health professionals, meaningful partnerships with Indigenous communities, and continued collaboration with our provincial partners. These examples continue to reinforce our why statement across the corporation: to cultivate a compassionate, collaborative, creative, and inclusive environment, providing our community with meaningful support and innovative solutions. I will remind those assembled here of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, share our future, and this concludes my address for this session of County Council, and it is a beautiful day to govern. And now I am so excited. Craig's going to take over the mic. This is making me so happy.
I'm glad you're happy and not sad. Good morning, everyone. It's definitely my pleasure when we are able to see so many involved members in our community here. It is has been spoken about before, about the Warden's Golf Tournament. Of course, earlier this year, we hosted a very, very successful Warden's Golf Tournament at Eganville's Whitetail Golf Course. I lost at my golf game last night at my own course, so I'm a little verklempt. In any case, we had a really great day. We had some amazing sponsors, a really great bunch of participants, council members that were there, witnessed an army of staff that were on hand to do a great job. Greg, Connie, everybody else, Gwen, of course, did a great job organizing this and making sure everything went off smooth as silk. And really happy to have a fun day. But most importantly, we raised over $17,500, and as per the Warden's request, the money it was to be dispersed amongst the local food banks, of which there are 10 across the county, and we're happy that many of them are here today, and we will welcome them up. From the Renfrew and District Food Bank, Kathy Morris. From the Cobden and District Food Bank, Bonnie Hilferty. From the Armpire District Food Bank, Sherry Lee. Deep River and Area Food Bank, Cheryl Rhodes. From Eganville and District Community Food Bank, Cheryl Boudreau. Petawawa Pantries, Daphne Wren. St. Joseph's Community Food Bank, Renee LaChapelle. And then from the Madawaska Valley Food Bank, Irene Lipinski, who is Gwen's mom, and Elizabeth Beasley. I'm not sure if Elizabeth's here. And Killu and Golden Lake could not be here, but they definitely send their regrets. So if I could ask all the food banks to come up here, I know the warden would like to recognize you. Thank you.
It's Carol Boudreau.
Is it Carol?
Yeah, Cheryl.
Okay.
It's Carol Boudreau.
There you go. Reading too fast.
We're having problems today, Craig.
Seriously. So on behalf of the warden, I'm going to pass over the big check that does not fit in any ATM machine, but we'll certainly get you the checks otherwise, so here you are.
So when I first moved to just outside of Eganville, my very first volunteer position was with the Eganville and Area Food Bank. And when I was elected and ended up sitting on county council, I realized, oh no, that's Wednesday morning. And so I couldn't volunteer anymore. But it was absolutely one of the most wonderful things I've ever done in my life to help people in need. And I know, and we all know, that the need is even greater now, and we're seeing numbers skyrocket. And I just heard a stat yesterday morning that 1 in 4 people visiting food banks are actually gainfully employed, which I think is a real sign of the times. So I thank you all and all the people that you work with for making sure that our people don't go hungry. And I know you do a lot more than just food for donations. I know there are other feminine hygiene products, toothpaste, and all the other things that are very expensive and are really in need. So thank you all so much.
Go ahead,
okay.
sorry.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Just ran away.
It feels so good to see the partnership, to see the support at different levels, and still at this level. It means so much for all volunteers of food banks, not just St. Joseph's Food Bank, which is quite big as a food bank, but it's nice to see the support from the community. Because we do reach out to a lot of people. We are there to support a lot of people. It is sad to see the stories that we hear. I'm a registrar also, on top of a superintendent of operations, president of the food bank. I'm a busy guy, but it's an investment. We like what we do. We see the need. And like I said, we appreciate the support from all levels. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much. Take care. Correspondence, Mr. CAO.
Thank you, Warden. Once again, the correspondence that has been received over the last several weeks since we last met has been forwarded to the appropriate committees to be dealt with. Of note, however, and attached with your packages as a follow-up from resolutions that have been circulating in your municipalities, including this one, was a letter from the Minister of Citizenship and Multiculturalism about the designation of non-designated properties. The extension, as I believe, has been extended to January of 2027. So just of note, if your municipality has not received that, feel free to take this back and share amongst your peers. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. And I guess I will turn this over to Vice Chair Lynch, please.
Thank you, Warden.
Thank you, sir.
Surprise. To the members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole Operations, wish to report and recommend as follows. Under information, number 1, PWC 2026-18 Engineering Services for AT011, which is Gould's Creek Bridge. The resolution is that the Operations Committee approve contract PWC 202618 as submitted by Keystone Bridge Management Incorporated, Ottawa, Ontario, for engineering services for rehabilitation or replacement of structure AT011, Gould's Creek Bridge, located on the Algonquin Trail, Township of Whitewater Region, in the amount of $32,852 plus applicable taxes. Number 2 is the capital projects alternatives to County Road 58, Round Lake Road. The resolution is resolution number OPC 2606106. The staff proceed with preparation of design and specifications for procurement of microsurfacing or surfacing of County Road 49, La Passe Road from County Road 31, Lookout Road to Grant Settlement Road, Township of Whitewater Region, for completion during the 2026 construction season. Under resolutions, rest stop along Provincial Highways 11 and 17. Resolution number OPCC 2609103, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee. The County Council support the Township of Armour's resolution requesting the Government of Ontario and Canada to prioritize the development of new and upgraded highway rest stops and travel infrastructure along Highways 11 and 17, including improvements to the existing rest stops located with the County of Renfrew. And speeding mitigation techniques, resolution number OPCC 2606104, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that the county support the North Grenville, Merrickville, Wolford Village OPP Detachment Board resolution requesting that the Province of Ontario expand its stated interest and financial commitment to adopt a province-wide approach to public safety, enhance the well-being of all Ontarians, all which is respectfully submitted by myself, Vice Chair, and the committee members. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you so much. So we'll go back to item number 1. Comments, questions, concerns. Item number 2. A member from Addison Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden. I certainly want to extend a hearty welcome to our new Director of Operations here. Glad to see you sitting in that corner and no longer in the neutral corner. On this, so I didn't have time to pull up, what was the full sum of the deferred work on Round Lake Road. We do know that we are going to expend some of those funds, but if you could, if through you, Madam Warden, if I could find out what that number is.
Mr. Hanrath?
Thank you, Warden. Through you. One moment, please. At the moment, we're projecting a carryover of approximately $2.1 million.
Okay, as a follow-up then, Madam Warden, so we're carrying over 2.1, or anticipating carrying over 2.1. Some of the initial budget is going to be expended, and the balance of the initial budget and the 2.1 is going to be the La Paz Road. Is that correct?
Through you, Warden, the La Paz Road would use a small portion of that. I don't have the exact number in front of me. It'd be $400 and some thousand.
Yeah, it says 783,000.
Apologies, correct.
Based on
783,000 is the estimate at the moment.
But is this through you, Madam Warden, once again? So is the 2.1 net of that, i.e., the 7 is still not to come out of the 2.1?
Apologies, the 7 would come out of the 2.1.
Okay, so the net carryover, pending what the AC index, et cetera, is going to tell us on all of the other roadworks this year, if in fact they come in on tender, then we would have more like 1.4 million of carryover from this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything further on one? Member from Killaloe, Haggerty and Richards, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to follow up, the costs of the repavement and guardrails, et cetera, on County Road 58, is that in this amount or is that separate to this?
Through you, Warden, that is the 500,000 that we've projected aside from the carryover amount, outside of the carryover amount.
Thank you. Anything further on one? Number 2. 3. And finally 4. The report as a whole. May I have a mover, please?
So moved, Warden.
Thank you. All in favor? Thank you very much. Chair Bros, if you'd like to take us through the DNP report, please.
Thank you, Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we are the Committee of a Whole, Development and Property, wish to report and recommend as follows. Item number 1 is an information item, and the resolution had directed staff to continue discussions and negotiations with the City of Pembroke regarding the requirements, terms, and conditions associated with the proposed location, and to bring a final agreement back to Development and Property and County Council for future consideration. Under bylaws, resolution number DP-CC-2606-70, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw to enter into a shared services agreement for economic development and tourism services with the town of Renfrew. And the background is attached for your review. And that is all which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. Item number 1. Item number 2. Member from Renfrew, please.
Thank you. I don't think this comes as any surprise. I've been suggesting for a long time that there has to be a greater sharing of services. It makes no sense for the town of Renfrew to hire one person. Try to supervise them, try to train them, try to promote them, evaluate them, and keep them. We took the same approach with human resources, with a substantial contract with the County of Renfrew, and it's been successful. So it makes more sense to not enter into one-off employment opportunities for the town of Renfrew. And I think a prime example is the internal competition that occurs with land use planners. If I want to make a lot of money and I was 25, I'd be a land use planner, because you would work 3 years at one municipality, go off to another one for a $5,000 raise, work 3 years there. There are 10 municipalities looking for land use planners in Renfrew County. So at the end of 30 years, you've made a substantial increase and not staying any more than 3 years in one place. So that's, I'm not slamming them. It's just there's a shortage of planners. I worry that the same thing could happen with economic development, and it makes no sense for 4 municipalities or 5 municipalities being in the same room with that amount of money looking for economic development opportunities when you could have one and everybody cost share. So this is just part of an ongoing trend to try and share services and cut costs as well as get good service. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As with my colleague, I too would have been a planner. I just didn't have the academic rigor to pursue that. I'm hoping that I think we have seen, whether it was in a draft form, and maybe it's attached, the actual agreement, because we've been long seeking a boilerplate. I'm hoping that this is going to prime the well, and not just from the county to each of the component municipalities, but even amongst ourselves. When we engaged, seems like forever ago, just before the COVID, in what we referred to as the LAG, or the Local Efficiency Group Initiative, it was disappointing, actually, that there was not a substantial more movement or gain had been made out of that initiative. So I'm hoping that this might form the template. As I have said, we each of us in our own municipalities liken ourselves to almost tribal warlords, that we must jealously guard all of the things within our municipalities. But when I look across the various services, I don't know that each one of us has to have one of those fill-in-the-blank roles. So I think that, again, the hen laying the fat part of the egg first, once you hammer out a solid boilerplate that can work, now you can simply translate it across whatever services that you might be talking about. And I think that's the heavy lifting, is that it be fair and equitable, and recognize that both or multiple parties will be better for having had the agreement. It is not a win-lose, it is a win-win proposition.
Agreed. Member from Deep River, please.
I was just curious, in the, excuse me, the former contract that's in our documents today, I don't see the number, but the per hour rate is not listed. So there's an agreement there that's signed by the town of Renfrew, but there's no dollar figure filled in on the document.
So that was going to be my question when all was said and done, but I'll turn this over to Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. So purposely left it blank. So you may recall when we talked about this at the D&P committee, we talked about hopefully we'll never use this. This is a template, yes. We always shared our services for economic development for all municipal staff. I know the town of Renfrew wanted to formalize this with this agreement, and the per hour rate is basically with our user fee bylaw. So the County of Renfrew has a user fee bylaw, a schedule of fees, and our hourly rate for the manager of economic development, Melissa Marquardt, is $110 per hour. Thank you, Warden.
Member from Amherst Bromley.
That the schedule of fees and services is pretty comprehensive. I don't know how far through our org chart it goes, but it goes a fair piece into it. I know that because I think this was in 2021 when we had to prevail upon the then Director of Public Works, Mr. Perkins, when our PW superintendent was in a traffic accident. So it was laid out that it was fairly seamless as to there has to be the availability within the capacity within each of the departments. But the actual cost is laid out in our fees and charges, and perhaps even Mr. Kelly might want to, I know that it probably goes at least 3 layers deep into our organizational chart.
Yeah, through you, Warden, it definitely does. It goes down typically to the managerial level, I believe, and then there are other services, of course, incorporated, but it's pretty much all-inclusive of many of the services we've been asked to do in the past, and that's what's been developed, and it comes before this council on a regular basis.
I think my question was the same as the member from Deep River, that Renfrew had signed it, but there was no amount. That's where I was a bit confused. Did you have anything to add, Mr. Davis?
No, thank you, Warden. But just maybe to add on to what our CAO just mentioned. So looking at our user fee bylaw currently, it goes from our CAO level all the way down to clerical level of positions. So it is quite encompassing of all different departments and positions. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. Anything further? Member from North Algona Wilberforce, please.
Thank you, Warden. And I just wanted to comment as well that I think this is a great initiative. Hopefully it gets expanded into other services, because I think one area that could certainly benefit from sharing of an individual would be the CBO role. I know it's extremely costly for every municipality, especially our smaller municipalities, to have our own CBO, when I believe the county could have one, possibly two, and we would just have to hire inspectors. So hopefully it's something that can evolve going forward.
Fire. Member from Renfrew, please.
Thank you. So the intent with this is there will be annually a float set. So the float is X number of dollars for the town of Renfrew, what they anticipate spending. That will then be discussed with the manager, and staff time and resources will be allocated to 7, 8, 10 events, 10 things, so that you have metrics to be able to measure it with. So the float, if you will be the X number of dollars annually that the town intends to spend. It should be consistent for the duration of the agreement, and then when there's a renewal, if there's a next phase, say when 3 years before Highway 17 actually gets to Renfrew, that maybe there's an expectation of advertising more in the Ottawa Business Journal, or advertising more in various other publications, or attending trade shows to attract more businesses to hub around some of the industry in Renfrew. So it'll start off with a float, and I'm not sure what the proper term is. I'm going to call it a float, and then there's a withdrawal from that for a variety of functions, which will be agreed on annually. So it's that's the intent of it, and I think some of the back and forth with Mr. Davis and his department has been talking about what the intent is and what the plan is and how you measure it. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how this works, and that, as Mayor Bro said, that we can sort of take it into other items. Member from Deep River.
Yeah, I just think that back on the rate for the services and whatever department it belongs to, perhaps we should reference the rates bylaw, because somebody looking this in isolation is not going to know what that means. So.
Agreed. Perhaps we can do that. Okay, wonderful. I mean, I recognize that the town of Renfrew obviously was in the know, but I tend to agree. All right, wonderful. Anything further? The report as a whole. May I have a mover, please?
So moved, Madam Warden.
Thank you. All in favor? And Chair Emo, please, with the one item for corporate services.
Thank you. Good morning, Warden and Council. We, your Committee of the Whole, Corporate Services, wish to report and recommend as follows. Resolution number 1, which is the Transition Budget Framework 2027 Budget, Resolution number FACC 260682, that County Council endorse a transition-based approach to the 2027 capital budget, operating budget, and strategic planning, and direct staff to, number 1, prepare and present a 2027 asset management plan update and long-term financial plan update based on previously provided direction to the current council. 2, propose capital pre-budget approvals that could be delegated to the Chief Administrative Officer in consultation with the Treasurer to advance pre-budget capital activities for 2027 projects identified within the approved asset management plan and long-term financial plan for the purpose of maintaining continuity of operations and project delivery through the end of the current term and into the next budget cycle. This authority will be limited to projects that are legislated or mandatory. previously approved or underway, including multi-year commitments, required to maintain operational continuity of critical infrastructure, or necessary to advance design, engineering, procurement, or other preparatory work. Number 3, provide a detailed orientation to the new council in December after the inaugural session. 4, provide a detailed budget workshop for both capital and operating budgets in January 2027. 5, provide strategic planning activities to facilitate the creation of a new or revised 4-year strategic plan over the February to May 2027 period. And number 6, revise the asset management plan and long-term financial plan to incorporate adjustments or changes in priorities aligned with council's strategic direction. And you see the background with the discussion points of a transition approach, early engagement of the new council, alignment with strategic planning, financial considerations, strategic considerations, and it talks about good governance. And so all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members.
Thank you. Comments, questions, concerns? Member from Edmundston Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Certainly expressed significant reservation with this item at the Special Finance Corporate Services Committee meeting. And in that event, I should have actually distilled it much more. Of the entirety of the recommendations, it was simply item number 2 that I took issue with, of council actually giving authority to staff to approve capital items within the budget. So, Madam Chair, I am recommending that the resolution be amended such that item 2 be removed from the resolution and it voted on at that point.
Do you have a seconder? Member from Killaloe, Haggerty and Richards. Discussion? Member from Edmundston Bromley.
So I'm certainly would seek Mr. Kelly's opinion on this, but it seems that item 13 obviates the need for item number 2. Item 13 of the council report would appear to obviate the need to be delegating authority to staff to approve budget that we're actually today going to be asked to approve $22 million of capital items, and these are recognized as some of the primary or prime capital items to be advanced. This is what I would have preferred to have seen in the initial endeavor, reminding council that it was in March actually that we engaged in and addressed that there was the potential for restricted acts or lame duck period for this council. If in fact that had the approval of the capital items in the fall, which is by no means traditional, as I'd indicated at committee, we've done it 2 years of the 161-year existence of the county of Renfrew, that then the various departments could then have distilled or crystallized what are the things that we really need to get approval for, in keeping with the new tradition. And it would seem to me that that's what this is doing, that these are the primary things that really need to be done, and that the balance of them can be deferred until the time of the new council. That is ultimately what is driving is we are now actually being asked to approve capital items by council.
Mr. Kelly?
Yeah, I might point to Mr. Burke at some point, but let's see where we go with this. So, yeah, I'm sure he is. So a couple things going on in item number 13, and of course we'll talk about that shortly. You're not wrong, obviously, with the conversation, and this goes back to June, so a lot of things have happened. We're watching the current flow of nominations flow in and assessing whether or not we're going to be in lame duck situation. At the moment we are, but of course we still have 9 days left or something like that until we get to that point. In any case, what's being discussed today later on is a few things. So we have some capital room because the capital projects that were suggested in our budget are not going to be completed. So I'm going to use just plain English. we are looking to swap out some items that were in the capital budget with other items that we're going to be presenting to you today to spend that same dollar, or forward projects that weren't contemplated with the 2026 budget. And now it's become apparent that we need to look at those items to complete this year because of various reasons that weren't identified, including roofs and a bunch of other things that weren't identified. The other piece that we're looking at later in today was pre-approval of some projects that we normally would do in the fall to get going on those items in terms of design and pre-purchase, like vehicles, that normally would take a long time. In a regular year, of course, as the member suggested, we would be looking at November, December to get that pre-approval from this council. It's a weird time. We're about to enter 2 lame duck periods, possible lame duck periods, so we're conversing about those two. Those things were thought about in June when this resolution came forward, and again, watching where the summer has gone. You're likely right. These items could have been brought forward in June, but they weren't identified to the treasurer or myself in June. But throughout the course of mid-June till now, they have been identified. So we still may be in a position, however, where there are capital items that have been tendered or will be tendered or otherwise between next Friday and Election Day, that may be large capital items that need to get done, that may be slightly over budget, that still need delegated authority to get done. So I think I've captured that, Daniel. I don't know if you want to add into it with your leave.
Absolutely.
Thank you, and through you, Warden. The member was essentially correct in his point that the item carried forward from June is in front of you today as item 13A. So we spent the summer reviewing this and have distilled it into $22 million of jobs that I'll speak to in a few minutes. And that's where that item landed. So it's a little bit stacked up. You had the committee report 2 months ago in June. The resolution is today, and the pre-budget approval resolution is in 10 minutes from now.
Anything for member from Evanston Bromley?
Just a point of clarity or point of information from Mr. Kelly. When he had identified that there were tenders going out, presumably those are from the 2026 budget, because we've never tendered for the next year until after October. So for clarity, this is still with respect to the 2026 capital program.
Through your, yes, you are, yes, you are correct, yes. But, so, yes. It doesn't speak necessarily to your point about number 2, you're right, which references 2027, but those, to Daniel's point, those are the pre-approval budget numbers.
Okay, and for further clarity then, I'm assuming, given that we'd approved the entirety of the capital program in October of last year, that there's nothing that is remaining to still be tendered. I'm assuming that this is talking about the reallocation of funds that are part of item 13 that would still be tendered. In fact, I'm not even sure about the La Passe Road. I'm a little confused. That might have already been done. But in any event, it is still consistent with the budget that's already been approved for 2026 and the allocations therein, and just reallocating dollar for dollar with no new cost. Correct?
That is correct for that items. Now, to your point about any projects not tendered, you'd have to ask my colleagues. I'm not sure what has or hasn't been tendered. It's still only August. There still might be a few projects between the different departments, and whether they fall within budget or not is to be seen still in a few of them.
Just before you would refer that to the department heads, I will remind everyone in the room, the reason for us advancing pre-budget approval was that we could get the RFPs and the tenders out early. If, in fact, there are folks to my right that are going to tell me that we haven't tendered for the capital program, then the question is, but you got approval to do it in October.
Okay, but I think I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Davis and Mr. Hanrath, because the one that screams at me is the Pembroke paramedic base, where it was a volley of, where are we putting it and all of that. So I'm assuming that project is well outstanding.
Through you, Warden. So that's one example. A number of examples you see in the committee report later on is some elevators. It's kind of interesting where, yes, there were budgets created last year. We've tendered some of the, we did tender the elevators, and this is where it came up for us for real property. In that example, we tendered, went through our process for approval for Daniel and Mr. Kelly, and this is where we found the discrepancy between the tendered budgets, the approved budgets of 2026, and if you see in the report, our OFI and COCHI allocations. So there was a miscommunication internally, but we did catch it internally, and that's why we have it in front of you today, as an example.
If I may, Madam Chair, but that still is simply reallocating funds that were approved. We're not changing the budget. That's ultimately here. So that is the explanation of why it wouldn't have been tendered for the other items, because now we've recognized that we need to reapprove or reallocate those funds to something else. The resolution that I introduced to revise the resolution from Finance Corporate Services is strictly and exclusively with respect to the 2027 budget. That's all I'm getting at, and we are approving a pretty substantial part of the 22 budget. And the other thing that gives me a great deal of pause, let me rephrase that, a thing that probably should give all of you that will be returning for the new term of council some pause, is that the 2027 capital program in October of last year was estimated to be $43 million. It's estimated today to be $75 million. So I think that you probably want to get a little deeper into the weeds on the capital plan, the long-term financial plan, and that ultimately is reinforcing I am more than happy to approve these elements as council, but remain firmly and vehemently opposed to assigning an approval authority to staff outside of these items that will be taken up in the next item on the agenda.
Yes, and I think that we are talking about two separate things. It's the reallocation in the 2026 and the pre-approval of 2027. Member from Renfrew. Oh, no.
No, that was my point. Thank you.
Oh. Member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. Just for clarity, I've heard the word unspent funds being tossed around here a bit. So is some of this pre-approval of the 2027 projects, some of that is unspent funds from projects in 2026 that either have not been tendered yet or something has changed in the project itself? So are some of those funds unspent funds from the 2026 budget? I guess is my question.
Oh, yeah. That's coming up in item number 13. Yep. Just hold on for one more item. Anything further? Okay, so everybody understands we're voting on the resolution as it sits, less item number 2.
So we're voting on the amendment
Yes.
itself at this point?
Yes. I just want to make sure everybody understands that number 2, that's what is being moved and seconded to remove.
Recorded, please.
Yeah, I was just going to ask the clerk if you would bring up the spreadsheet. You let me know when you're ready. You're good? Okay.
Councillor Donahue?
In favor.
Councillor Emo?
Opposed.
Councillor Giardini?
Opposed.
Councillor Grills?
Opposed.
Councillor Hodnott?
Opposed.
Councillor Yan?
Opposed.
Councillor Lynch?
Opposed.
Councillor Mayville?
In favor.
Warden Murphy?
Opposed.
Councillor Proctor?
Opposed.
Councillor Service?
Opposed.
Councillor Schulest,
Opposed.
Councillor Watt,
In favor?
Councillor Weir,
In favor.
Councillor Brose,
Opposed.
and Councillor Doncaster.
In favor.
The motion has failed at 60 to 143.
Thank you very much. So now we are going back to the original resolution. It's the only item, but I'm going to ask for a mover, please, Chair Emo. Okay, he is moving it, and
She's so moved.
thank you.
Normally that's the report, but sorry. Yes, you're right. Thank you.
Oakley dokley. All right, and now all in favor of the resolution as it's written. Thank you, and that carries. And now, I'm sorry, opposed if any. So noted, thank you. And now I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Burke, please. I'm sorry, there are no consent items. Yeah, you know what? We're going to take 10 because this is going to take a little time. No. I think that's a good idea, and I think it's important that everybody's in the room. And I know that around the quarter to 11 mark, people get a little antsy. So let's come back at 10:35, please. All right. Yeah, no, I'm not, yeah. All right. Now, Mr. Burke, would you like to take us through your presentation?
Thank you, Ward, and yes, I would. So, as mentioned earlier, we spent the summer reviewing our asset management plan and long-term financial plan, and we're presenting a updated version of it here today, not the final version, there's still some more work to be done, but an updated version here today, primarily because of the upcoming election and the potential that we will not have the opportunity in September to do as we've done the prior 2 years and present the full plan in September. So just as an overview, when we talk about our asset management plan, what do we view as an asset? It's all land, and then any land improvement or building greater than $25,000. And then when it comes to vehicles and equipment, we're looking at anything greater than $15,000. So that's what we mean by asset in the County of Renfrew. What assets do we have? So we have 1,650 kilometers of roads, 75 bridges, 178 culverts, 237 kilometers of trails, so I believe that's before the recent CN acquisition, so it might be more now. We have 240 odd buildings, 46 tractors, loaders, and things like that, 128 identifiable movable pieces of equipment that are stationary, and 156 vehicles. Altogether, if we were to replace everything at 2026 values, we would be looking at $1.75 billion, be with $1 billion to replace all of our assets as new today. So why do we look at our capital budget separately from our operating budget? We could, and some municipalities do, sit down in January or February every year and decide what they're going to do for capital and operating. And that's one way of doing it. However, when you're looking at capital jobs, it requires a slightly different thought process. If you were to say that I want to save money by not repairing a road or not fixing replacing a vehicle, you run the risk of driving those costs into the operating side where your maintenance costs increase. So it helps to have a longer view for those capital replacements. The other reason is that our capital replacements are expensive and not always smooth, right? We don't always do $20 million of capital work a year. Some years we do a lot more, some years we do less. And it helps to have a financing plan that can help smooth that out. The other thing to mention is that capital forms a large share of the services we provide to residents, right? Our roads, our long-term care buildings, our paramedic vehicles, our housing stock and low-income housing. This is a large component of the service we provide is actual physical assets. So how do we pay for our capital? We have grants from other levels of government, and we have property taxes, the grants we take ourselves from our residents. So for property taxes, we can use the existing reserves we start the year with, so that's the property taxes of the past being consumed. We have our current year property taxes, the amounts we're willing to take from the residents in the current year for capital jobs. And we could finance our capital and make future property taxes pay the financing costs and incur, essentially put a liability on the future property tax owners of the County of Renfrew to pay for the existing capital purchases. When we talk about grants, we have two major ones in public works for linear assets. We have the Canada Community Building Fund, which is the second time the gas tax has been renamed. It equates to about $3 million a year. And then we have the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, OCIF, and it's at the $1.82 million a year. Together, that's about $5 million a year of somewhat reliable funding related to linear assets. In housing, we have OPI and COCHI. Please don't ask me what those stand for. They're functionally the same. It's provincial funding coming from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs to upgrade our housing stock, our existing housing stock. And it equates to approximately $1.6 million a year and has been reliable. We do have a number of other grants that come and go, but they're not as reliable or predictable. So our current one is enabling housing, which we are using to pay for 50% of the Petawawa Roundabout project, but it's a one-off. We likely won't get that again. We may get others, but it's very difficult to plan for the others. In terms of where we are with our existing reserves, of course, we had our audited statements presented in June, and they gave us a capital reserve balance confirmed at the end of 2025 of $25 million. In May of this year, we went through an exercise to clean up our capital reserves and remove a number of the various reserves that weren't in use anymore or valuable to us anymore. With that adjustment, our capital reserves now come up to $28 million. And then we can look at what we plan to do for the 2026 year and estimate where we're going to start 2027, which is where this plan kicks off. So we estimate, based on our 2026 budget, we will draw down 23 of our $28 million in capital reserves. We will contribute $23 million to our capital reserves in the 2026 budget, and we will draw down $34 million of that capital reserve. And so we predict we will end the year with $21 million in capital reserves. I should note our anticipated changes column there. So that's just what do we think is different from the budget at this point in the year. You'll notice that for the June capital variance report, we have a $4.6 million variance in public works. The bulk of that is carry forward jobs, which we will identify. But also, just to point out what we've mentioned a few times, the asphalt and fuel adjustments baked into our contracts, we expect that we will incur $900,000 of asphalt adjustments in the current year based on the fuel prices. So we're anticipating that. Again, we've mentioned that a few times, that the tender awards have this built-in escalation in them, and that is the current magnitude of our estimate for that escalation. Almost $1 million costing us from the increased fuel prices. Just to overview what we contribute to our capital reserves each year. So the 2026 budget anticipates contributing $22.8 million to capital reserves across a couple expense accounts. We also anticipate paying $3 million in debt. So again, that's the capital that we've incurred and financed, and now we have to pay for it through future capital or future property taxes. So about $3 million in debt payments currently.
Excuse me, Mr. Burke, a member from Abbotston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wonder if Mr. Burke could just go back a couple of slides. It was how do we pay, and it was item 2, property taxes. Yeah, just a question. So it says within the report that we don't show direct taxation for capital, it's through reserves. So we used to, even in the 2020 budget, we did have $8 million funded from reserves. And what I found about that is if it is channeled through, if the taxation component is channeled, it's still taxation, but it's channeled through reserves, which seems to me to kind of obscure a little bit, like that our reserves are solid. Look at all the money we're drawing out of reserves. And even in this fiscal year, 2026, when I pulled up the budget workshop, there is one item, like we've been, even since 2020, we continue to show on our capital page a column that says taxation. Typically it's 0, but it's still there. And in fact, this year, there's $3.6 million coming from taxation for Renfrew County Housing Corporation expenditure that is showing in taxation. So I'm not entirely sure how that showed up, but I don't, what makes it simpler to channel the taxation through reserves first? Because from my perspective, it almost makes it cloudier to understand how we're financing capital.
Thank you. Thank you for the question through you, Warden. So the $3.6 million under, I think it says property taxation or other. In RCHC, the other would be the sale of Nelson Street going towards the capital project. So that's just the column it was using. The problem we were having when we used direct taxation for direct capital purchases is we always ran into this item is that if the capital purchase didn't occur, we taxed for it, and then we go to the next year and we try to tax for it again. It was sort of an odd thing to keep track of. What have you already collected the taxes for which job? So it's somewhat simpler, we found, to just say that this is what we're taxing for, this much going into capital reserves, and every purchase comes out of capital reserves. You know, there are other ways of doing it for sure, but we found that that's maybe an easier way of explaining it. And then when we go to look at next year, we just know, okay, what do we think is in our capital reserve balance and what do we want to spend from it? And it's somewhat easier perhaps to look at it that way.
Supplementary.
Yeah, I know exactly whereof you speak. This is the River Road amendment that was instituted. I don't even know when that was. I don't know if it was this term of council, but for a variety of reasons, we kept having to defer a section of the River Road. And I think for what turned out to be about a $4 million job, I think we levied about $8 million for it because it was shown within taxation. So I recognize the challenge there in how do we accommodate that. From my perspective, sitting in this room and being the non-expert, it just is clearer, and I would suggest even for the rest of council, it is clearer to understand that, yeah, there's still a pretty big chunk that we're taxing for directly, and that gets missed. I understand this is not inappropriate, and I'm by no means suggesting that, but from the layperson's perspective, I find it less clear as to how we're doing things. And all I would suggest at this point is at least consider alternatives so as to not be over levying for a specific job that doesn't get expended. I expect if we were still on that project, likely Brooms Creek Culvert would fall somewhere into that as well. But that it also provides more transparency, or, in my estimation, for council as well. For our purposes for today, though, thank you very much.
Thank you.
No, thank you for the
Keep on
comment.
keeping on.
We will take that away and consider. So this is just a summary of kind of the financing plan behind our 10-year capital plan. So if you recall, we're what I'm calling version 3 of our long-term financial plan, which began with, I believe, the current term of council, or possibly the year after that. And its premise was that we would increase our contribution to capital reserves by $3 million a year, where our capital reserve would rise to about $45 million of contributions a year, which is more or less what we spend in capital, right? And you can see that in the big green bar, our slowly increasing contribution to capital eventually rises to the amount we spend on average on capital per year. I think at the end of the day, those two numbers have to meet, that what we spend on capital has to be paid for somehow. It can't always be financed or grants or other things, so that's typical. The orange section you see in the chart is just the debt financing, so you'll see that in the current 2027 year, we plan to take on a fair bit of debt, primarily tied to paramedic basis. And then it costs our financial plan for the rest as we pay that debt off. The blue bar is funding, so you can see it's relatively stable across the estimate for the next 10 years. And the very tiny yellow bar is the City of Pembroke share. So, my colleagues and I have put together everything we plan to spend that would meet the definition of capital for the next 10 years. It's in your committee package. It's about 20 pages of very tiny print, but it's all there for your review. In summary, though, it amounts to $431 million over the next 10 years. Once you factor in a 2% inflation adjustment going forward into the future years, it's $466 million. As Councillor Donahue pointed out earlier in the day, what happened? Well, you can see that the out years, when compared to what we thought at the beginning of last year or the year before that for our 10-year capital plan, because it is a rolling plan, we're always adding one more year on the end, is relatively stable. That's a good sign. That's more or less what we plan to do is happening and not changing around too much, except when we get to the current year, which seems to have grown by about $25 million over what we thought we'd spend in 2027 last year. So what happened? Well, a large part of that is carry forward. So we thought that in 2026 we'd spend these items. It hasn't happened yet, and we're thinking now that in 2027 we'll spend these items. So of course the big ones are RCHC renewal plan, $7 million, the Pembroke paramedic base at $5 million, and various public works carryovers at almost $4 million. Other changes is that some of our estimates, as we got closer to the project and reviewed our estimates, have changed dramatically. Again, the big one is we've added $7 million to our Pembroke paramedic base. So what last year we thought was going to be a $5 million base, this year we think is going to be a $12.5 million project. Yep. Similarly, there's been some other substantial changes. So Constant Creek Bridge this is saying that the project has increased by $3 million. Not that it's a $3 million project, it's a $5 million project. In last year's 10-year plan, it was $2 million, now it's $5 million. The Petawall Roundabout similarly has almost doubled in its estimated cost, as well as a massive increase on one of our trail bridges. So that's not a vehicle bridge, that's a bridge across for the Algonquin Trail. And then we have things that were not in our plan last year, but we are increasing our actual plan to do more this year. So it's one more ambulance, and we spoke about it earlier, there is a prior resolution about trading out a single-family home for a triplex in Francis Street.
Excuse me. Member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Mr. Burke, or perhaps Ms. Patrick or Mr. Davis, is this, like, Francis Street is popping up in a few different places on this report. Is this a second Francis Street conversion? Oh, that makes it make much more sense. Thank you.
Part deux.
If while we're on that, though, the current Francis Street project, when we get to that in a few minutes, hour, that's one of the jobs where it's saying we have found some money that we can reallocate to something else. So it's not full. We had budgeted $750,000 for Lee Street that then got switched over to Francis Street, but then we didn't use all of the Francis Street money, so we now have some Francis Street money left over to subsidize some other job. So if it didn't use $750,000, has it gone up that much that we now anticipate this conversion is going to be 800? Or 900?
Through you, Chair, the total project price is $900,000. And again, those were kind of mid-year decisions. So that's why the total amount appears here is not that we didn't talk about it before, but in last September when we did this, it wasn't on the list. And now it is.
Fair enough, but all I'm saying is the current conversion of a single unit to a triplex in Renfrew had an allocation from Lee Street of $750,000. In the report today, it's saying that we're not going to use up all of that $750,000. and now we're budgeting 900 for the next one.
Yeah, and that's more of a timing issue, right? It's just that because of the timing of the construction, it's not gonna entirely occur in the 2026 year. Yeah. Through you, Chair. So that was item 13B, which is the issues in our current 2026 capital plan and the things we're seeking approval for to adjust for 2026. So, if we look at how this gets funded, even were we to stick to our version 3 capital plan and increase our contribution to capital reserves by $3 million next year, so it would rise from $22 million we're contributing to 26, a not inconsiderable amount, something like a 4% levy increase or 5% levy increase all on its own, we still wouldn't have enough money. So, you can see there that we're essentially out of money at the end of 2027 in our capital reserves. Staff will spend the next few months reviewing these plans and looking to push $10 to $15 million from the next couple years out into the end of the plan years. Oh, there it is. However, that said, our ask today is because of the election, we have a 2026 capital budget that will expire on December 31st of 2026. And we are unlikely to have a new budget until the end of January or February of 2027. What we're asking today is to begin a number of projects that will appear on the 2027 budget, and we're seeking your permission to incur those expenses beginning today, though they are unlikely to be incurred in their totality before then. And that would enable us to get these projects started, these things that are subject to delays or we might have to stop in the interim, or they have long order times, or they're significant. The total is some $22 million, but it's essentially the projects we don't want to stop or the things we want to order and make sure that they're on order and we have permission to incur the expense. The listing is there, so of course the new Francis Street project, we don't want that to be interrupted, and it's quite possible that the tenders and various change orders will occur in that gap between the existing budget approvals and the new budget approvals. Similar to the Pembroke Paramedic Base, the vehicle orders are just because the orders have a long lead time, similarly with the ambulances and heavy trucks. And the Petawawa Roundabout, again, because of the timing on the tendering, it may very well come up in that gap period between the end of the 26 budget and the approval of the 2027 budget. So that is why we're doing this today, and that is the extent of the approval we're asking for from County Council for 2027. The remaining items, so this is 22 of our $60 million or $70 million capital plan, the remaining items will come forward to the new County Council at the budget workshop in January.
Thank you. All right, I'll open this up. There's a resolution.
If there's questions, we'll do that first.
That's the way, okay. Mr. Burke would like to take questions first, and I was going to go to Gary first. The member from Petawawa had a previous, now did this answer your previous question?
Thank you, Warden. In part. Yeah. This is kind of a follow-up, I guess. Thank you for indulging me. I just had a question about all of the vehicles. Has there been any exploration or thought put into any of these being full electric or hybrid? And is that something that's decided now before we go out to tender on these?
Yes, and thank you. We've considered it. One of the advantages of our current arrangement that we've gone to through the Canoe public procurement with Enterprise is Enterprise operates a very large fleet, and they have the statistics to tell you what is the cheapest vehicle lifespan you can get. So in any given year, they will tell you what the lowest per kilometer cost of vehicle ownership is by make. So we're just picking the cheapest vehicle we can get that will meet the criteria. To date, that hasn't been an electric vehicle. That may change, I hope it does, but at the current estimates, I don't believe that any of these would be electric. And if we wanted to go that route, we would be increasing our costs to do that, either in the operating or the capital side.
Member from Renfrew, please.
Thank you. One question, and so we've heard that the Pembroke Paramedic Base has gone up to 12.5 million. Is there an explanation for that? Because I think that's that's going to be the lead or above the fold in the old newspaper jargon. So if we could have an explanation for that, because I think that's a significant change. I believe most of us know bits and pieces of it, but I think it needs to be tied together.
Okay, I'm going to throw this to Mr. Davis because Daniel just said, not it.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. So when we're expanding and looking at the Pembroke Paramedic Base and working with our colleagues beside me here at the paramedic team, the existing building currently being used by the Pembroke paramedics, Pembroke paramedics, us, is around 5,400 square feet. When we talk to them looking forward, looking to future-proof this building that we're proposing, we're looking at all the assets that are required to be under a roof. That's the requirements from the province. And the expansion, the possible expansion, we're looking at maybe a 10,000 to 15,000 square foot building right now. So initial discussions with our team, with an architect to look at the designs. When we look at that square footage, between 10 to 15, maybe even 20,000 square feet, we haven't finalized those numbers yet. And looking at the possible costs, we know the costs per square foot at different levels is between $700 and $1,000 per square foot. So when we're looking at this and being realistic, at a 12,000 or a 10,000 square foot building, that's the numbers we're kind of floating out there right now. When we finalize the design, when we have the idea and working with our partners at the paramedics, what their final requirements are for the assets under a roof, we're bringing this back to County Council for review and discussion as we move forward. But for right now, as a placeholder, a $12.5 million building is very applicable at this time. Thank you, Warden.
Supplementary, member from Renfrew.
Thank you. And just to ask Mr. Davis, through you, Warden, so this is not just a large warehouse. The building envelope will include such things as an exhaust removal system, so when the vehicles are warming up, the exhaust will be taken out of it. So it's not just simply an unheated parking garage. There's much more to it.
Mr. Davis?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the question. So working with our paramedic team, like I said, we're looking at space including VTAC, including the community paramedicine, including the MESA outreach teams, and the additional supports that the paramedic team works with within this building envelope. And again, we'll bring this back to County Council for review and approval.
Thank you, Warden.
Mr. Kelly wants to weigh in too.
Sure. No, this is a big project and definitely a collaborative effort amongst all, and thanks for leading it, Mr. Davis. So this is not an isolation of just paper and pen. We have traveled to other newly or newish built facilities. We're learning what they've gotten right, what they've gotten wrong, best practices, the code requirements since January 1, I think 2026, this year, have changed incredibly for post-disaster, which didn't happen even with last year's and the year before's builds. So that the cost is, we were having a bit of an aside, is silly. $1,000 a square foot is unheard of, but that is a new reality. So of course, part of the conversations as well, knowing what we know, is even examining It's been 6 years, I suppose, since we renovated this particular building. So it's also incumbent upon us to review the flow now, after several years, now that we're all in here, to make sure that with a new building adjacent to this building, what's the flow of this building and what's the flow of that building, and what is public facing, what is not. So again, this is not the number we predicted, of course, last year, but now knowing what we know based on recent builds, as I guess just Kawartha Lakes they just broke ground on their facility in Lindsay, and they're spending $50 million on their facility, and they're about $1,000 a square foot. So we're learning more and more each day.
Thank you. Not opposed to the project. I just thought that we need a fuller explanation, and the public would as well. Thank you.
I agree, and when I read this PowerPoint, my initial reaction was that this was paramedic and Whitewater combined into one. So I was a bit dismayed as well. Member from Petawawa and then member from Arnprior.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. Could you perhaps give a description, not just for us, but for the members of the public who are watching, that in a paramedic base, the province is, in a sense, a partner in this. Describe how the financing works and the subsequent lease agreements and all of that, I guess. Thanks.
Are you on deck? Yeah, okay.
Sure. So historically, paramedic service receives a funding envelope every year. That envelope has always been based on the budget of the prior year. So that funding envelope has always been there. The funding is to the province's standard of accounting. So what they will be funding is 50% of the amortization of the building, as well as any interest costs incurred in the long-term debt. Their balance of the 50% is split with the City of Pembroke based on population. So in a we'll say $12.5 million debenture for this facility, it requires, say we do 20 years, it's about $800,000 a year, and we'll say 400 of that would be the county's share to pay in any given year.
I'm glad you continued to clarify, because when you were done, I was going to do exactly that. Like, just for people that don't know what amortization is, it's your loan repayment every year. So thank you, Mr. Burke. Member from Arnprior, please.
Thank you, Warden. Earlier this year, the province gave money, or was going to give money, for emergency services training buildings. Could we incorporate the emergency services into our paramedics to supplement funding for that?
Ooh, Chief Nolan? Oh.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Warden. I think, dependent if you're referring to the emergency management fund associated with the programs, I think there was a limitation on the municipal size associated with that, but I'd be happy to take that away and confirm eligibility for the county in that regard. I believe it was municipalities of under 100,000 as part of the up to $50,000 a year, if I'm not mistaken, but we'll have a look at it.
Thank you for that. Anything further? Now I'll ask for a mover and a seconder. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Burke, would you like to read the resolution, or would you like me to? Or would you like to?
Thank you, Warden. The resolution
we didn't rehearse.
That's okay. The resolution, item 13A, is that County Council grant pre-budget approval to proceed with the following 2027 projects and purchases totaling $22,083,000. Named below: 149 Francis Street Triplex at $900,000, Pembroke Paramedic Base at $12.5 million, light vehicle capital lease orders totaling $1.355 million. That is indicated as 9 half-ton pickup trucks, 1 3/4-ton pickup truck, 1 maintenance van, 4 large SUVs. The next item is 2 heavy-duty trucks at $960,000. The next item, Petawawa Roundabout, $4.1 million. And the last item, 7 ambulances at $2.268 million. And further, the council acknowledges that pre-budget approval is defined as the equivalent to budget approval as referenced in Procurement Policy GA01 and Delegated Authority Bylaw 9824.
Thank you much, Lee. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Renfrew, seconded by the member from Petawawa. Discussion. All in favor? Thank you. And now we go to 13B. Do you want to read it?
I can certainly, well, there's a number of resolutions. I'll turn it over to, well, we can do it now. I knew he did. He left me alone.
I don't know why he went away, but he did.
Hold on a second. I just want to get in front of me because it is.
Do you want to do the 3 resolutions, Mr. Burke?
No, I got him.
No? Okay. No, Mr. Kelly. No. See, we should have done a dress rehearsal.
That's fine. They are Mr. Burke's report. I will turn it over to Mr. Burke. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Recommendation that County Council approves the following unbudgeted capital projects: Bonnechere Manor concrete walkways, $68,000, Miramichi Lodge hot water tanks, $100,000, and a front sliding door repair at $40,000.
Thank you. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from North Elgin and Wilberforce, second by the member from Arm Prior. Discussion. Member from Ameston Bromley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just, so this kind of goes to what I'd spoken about of the Francis Street, I think, in Renfrew, and there was some, I couldn't quite pick it up. It seemed like the suggestion was that the monies available from the underspend on Francis are theoretical, that in fact there's a timing thing, that there are still, so does the current Francis Street triplex project anticipating using the full allocation that was given it from the Lee Street project?
Through you, Warden. So what we have in front of you here is the 149 Francis Street is through a different funding source of the OFI and COCHI funding sources to make sure we spend those funds. What you have in front of you here right now in this committee package on item number 2 is the reallocation of the Lee Douglas projects to the 6 or 7 you have in front of you for the elevator. So it's hopefully that provides a little bit of a clarity why we're kind of talking about the reallocations of Lee Douglas, the 2 projects we thought and anticipated for 2026 budget, to reallocate those funds to those number of elevator projects you see in front of you.
It's a different resolution.
Yeah, this particular resolution, I believe, Warden, and through you, was to reallocate some of the ERV funds that project isn't being done, to reallocate it to these individual projects that were identified as solutions to swap out. I just want to clarify to the member from Ameston Bromley, the question about $900,000, I believe the final total on the triplex that has been completed was about 900, I think, right, Mr. Davis?
And sorry if I've confused the issue a little bit here, but for the existing 135 Francis was a little under 900,000. What we were talking about for 149 Francis is $900,000 as the expected budget.
Okay, and I apologize, Madam Chair. This is the reallocation of funds that are contained within both Mr. Quaid's budget and within, I'm going to say, Ms. Patrick's budget as administered through Mr. Davis, because the source of some of the funds for the reallocation have been identified as savings from Francis Street.
The savings are from Lee Street. Because we're not doing Lee Street anymore, we're doing... That's the next resolution. It is the next resolution, you're correct.
Okay.
So we're still on 13B, but the first resolution.
Okay. And these
about the walkways, hot water tank, and sliding door.
Okay. Specific to that one then, lo and behold, I do have a question on that one, so I can have a germane question. So in speaking with Mr. Quaid earlier, this does identify the source of the funding, but it doesn't explicitly identify the source of the funding for the front sliding door. It did in fact come up with $168,000, but I was inquiring of where the funds are to be derived from for the sliding door repair.
Thank you, and through you to committee, we would be allocating funds from the new repairs and maintenance program through, formerly known as the minor capital program, through long-term care.
Okay, anything further on this item? I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Resolution 13B2, Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Warden. Recommendation that County Council approve the following unbudgeted capital projects for the Renfrew County Housing Corporation housing units. 8 Burwash elevator upgrade, $250,000. 63 Russell elevator upgrade, $250,000. 260 Elizabeth elevator upgrade, $250,000. 150 Elizabeth roof repairs, $195,000. Palmer Rapids patio doors and balconies, $90,000. And Cecil Street roof repairs, $140,000.
Thank you. May I have a mover and seconder to get this on the floor? Moved by the member from Renfrew, second by the member from Greater Madawaska. I gotta get Val in too. Okay, discussion. Member from Renfrew.
Thank you. I have several questions. The Palmer Rapids patio doors and balconies, are we running into the same balcony problem that we have with Burwash and what used to be the old Vimy building before we totally renovated it? So is this the issue where we're going to end up cutting these off at some point, or what?
Through you, Warden. One of the bane of our existence for the real property division are balconies. So when we look at the balconies and the designs, and they're built in the 1960s and the 70s, they're at the point now where we have to look at each and every balcony as we see fit. And a lot of the times that we've seen before and brought to you before is we have to remove the balcony. So we'll look at that at a case-for-case basis.
Thank you. And supplementary, Warden, through you, the 3 elevator upgrades, my impression, having been in all of those buildings, is those elevators are probably 70 years old, 60 years old. And is it the case that they've lifed out, or are we being mandated by some provincial order to change them?
Thank you, Chair. And with the elevators, we do inspect them every year. So they're not lifed out, but we have to do basically major repairs to them. And some of the new requirements for the fire code with elevators increase the cost for the maintenance of these elevators for monitoring, actually. So when an elevator does fail, there's now a position will be in place. We'll get notified. Straight up. So it's a bit of a challenge for us to budget these things when the building code changes and things like this change, to make sure the budget's applicable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anything further on this item? Member from Abbotston Bromley.
Now I'm on the right number. I got it now, Robbie. Thank you.
There was a lot of confusion there.
So I'm on, this is page 82 of the PDF. And just under background, it says to accommodate these priorities, which will be all of the ones cited above, presumably, staff recommend referring to previously budgeted capital projects until at least 2027. The total is $1.5 million. But right under it, it says one of these projects, I'm assuming that's talking about the Lee Street renovation, along with its associated COCHI funding allocation, had already been deferred in favor of the 149 Francis Street Renfrew upgrade. So is that the future Francis Street triplex upgrade or the past Francis Street triplex update? Because it's saying it's not used its full 2026 budget, so presumably it has to be the current one because the future one doesn't have a 2026 budget. This is where my confusion started to enter the picture.
Mr. Burke.
Yes, so thank you. So I guess to use your words, the current Francis Street project is 135 Francis Street, which is, I believe, almost done or will be done this year. The 149 Francis Street project, you're correct, did not have a budget, but it did have a mid-year resolution behind it, authorizing that we do that. So that mid-year resolution already said, well, we should defer one of the Lee Street renovations and do this 149 Francis Street. Just the timing of that is most of that won't be incurred in the current year, and that's why we're asking for the pre-budget approval to keep the project going through next year, but also acknowledging that in all likelihood, neither the the original project, the Lee Street renovation, or the 149 Francis Street project will incur substantial costs in the current year. So that's where we're saying, if we look just at the total capital dollars we had at the start of the year, we can likely fit the request inside that, just based on timing.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Burke. I didn't think it was possible, but my confusion is elevated. Ultimately, if we've already, by resolution, reallocated $750,000 towards the future Francis Street, then when we just approved a budget of 900,000, presumably it's only the net of 150. Is that right? Wouldn't this be a carryover?
Mr. Burke.
Through you, Madam Warden, both those items will be carryovers, right? So both the Lee Street deferral, which didn't happen this year, and all of 149 Francis Street will be in the 2027 plan because neither is incurring substantial costs in the 2026 year.
So in fairness, it says at least. All I'm getting at is that we just passed a budget to passed a resolution to allocate $900,000 in the 2027 budget for the Francis Street triplex, 149. This is saying that we've already approved $750,000 in Ochi, I guess, Kochi. So is it not already funded and it would be a carryover? Like, why would I'm confused at why we would have already adopted allocated dollars for this project, and now we've done it again in the same year.
So I guess the question is, why is it not 150,000, which would be the delta between the 750 and the 9?
I think we're possibly talking about different years there, right? So your $900,000 approval that you just did was to incur expenses beginning now and into next year, which will be funded in part by Kochi funding, we hope. These projects are projects that will incur costs between now and December. So if we're just looking at a calendar year's worth of expenses, all the explanation is trying to say is that in all likelihood, we will still be dollar for dollar within our RCHC capital budget. As the actual dollars approved at the beginning of the year, that's probably only what we're going to spend. If you follow all the timing issues and the swapping out of different projects and starting new projects for next year, all the background is trying to say is that we'll probably still be within our capital budget dollar to dollar. The reasoning behind it is because we have to do these things more so than because we think we have room in our budget. It's because these projects were required, was why we started to do this resolution. And they're required to be incurred in the 2026 year, so now, functionally.
Supplementary.
So ultimately, I believe that I am grasping the financial movements here. I think perhaps the challenge is in the narrative, because we have all, as I understand, Council has passed a resolution where we're going to reallocate $750,000 from one of these Lee Street projects to Francis Street. And it says here that the Francis Street project is not anticipated to fully utilize its 2026 budget allocation. So is it in fact the 149 Francis Street that isn't anticipated to spend any money? Or is it the current project at Francis Street that's not going to use its allocation? Because Francis Street can't both have a $900,000 allocation for 2027 and not use any of its budget for 2026, which presumably would be the $750,000. So I think maybe it's the narrative And I think perhaps because we're talking about two distinct projects, and I'm still really challenged to wrap my head around that, because ultimately the $750,000 needs to be restored to actually do the Lee Street project in 2027. But it seems like we'd already budgeted $750,000 for the 149 Lee Francis Street this year, and council just passed a resolution to allocate $900,000 in our 2027 budget. That's the challenge that I am having.
Do you want to? No. Oh, Mr. Davis.
Yeah, thank you, Warden. I think for clarity, so the 135 Francis project that we've been discussing is complete. We've completed that. We did a media release. We did a whole thing, and we have tenants coming in at the end of this month. So that 135 Francis is complete. Moving forward is the 149 Francis, and the mechanism to pay for that was through OFI and Kochi, and the reallocation, what you see here is part and parcel. Again, part and parcel. The reallocation is for those additional projects of the elevators and the balconies and doors. Maybe that provided a little more clarity, hopefully. Thank you.
Okay, anything further on this? That actually cleared things up for me. Thank you. Anything further on this item? Member from Renfrew.
So in short, Francis 1 is fully funded and complete. In short, Francis 2 will spread over 2 years, and we've identified a funding path at the Finance Department. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, yes. All right, all in favor? Thank you. 13B3, please, Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Warden. Recommendation that County Council approve reallocation of the 2026 capital budget to add funds for the following capital projects in 2026. Microsurfacing or surface sealer on County Road 49 from County Road 31 to Grant Settlement Road in the amount of $783,120, and detailed design and traffic study for the expansion of County Road 51, Petawawa Boulevard, from County Road 37 to County Road 55 in the amount of $300,000, with $200,000 anticipated for carryover into the 2027 capital budget.
Thank you. May I have a mover and seconder, please, to get it on the floor? Moved by the member from Renfrew, second by the member from Petawawa. Comments, questions, concerns? All in favor? One. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, my apologies.
Member from Renfrew, please.
In fairness to my friend, I may have sounded short and I didn't mean to. So item 2 and 3, will there be notes in our financial statement at the end of the year talking about these transactions to offer a better explanation? And I guess through you to Mr. Burke.
Yeah, definitely. Do you think that would be something that our auditor would know?
Through you, Chair, that's very unlikely that there would be a formal note in our financial statements about these items. But certainly inside of our internal documents, that's something we note, is trying to compare certainly what we budgeted for by capital job to where we actually ended the year by capital job, and to account for the things that weren't in our original budget and how we got approval for that, as well as the things we had approval for and why those didn't proceed the way we thought they would. Certainly that's an internal thing we would produce.
Supplementary?
No, thank you. And to my friend, I wasn't trying to be short with you. I was just trying to get to a spot with this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. All in favor? No. Oh, member from Evanston Bromley.
Yeah, just quickly through you to Mr. Hanrath. So this is revenue neutral. We're just reallocating funds here.
Through you, Warden, yes, that's correct.
Or perceived.
Yes.
Reallocating perceived funds. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything further? All in favor? Thank you. Mr. Kelly.
Yeah, thank you. Item C is, sorry, I'm just pulling it up here a bit. Trouble today. So item C is something that's just time sensitive. We did have a request from Explore, that used to be ExploreNet. Those who have dealt with familiarity, at least with EORN over the years, and the different applications to CRTC. There are different funds that come and go, and this is a new CRTC broadband fund application, and we're asked, at least County Council has asked to support it. It's before you today because the deadline for that letter of support is August the 12th. So before you today is a recommendation to support that by a resolution that states the County Council authorized the warden to provide a letter of support for Explore Inc.'s proposed Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commissions, or the CRTC, broadband fund application, recognizing the importance of expanded and reliable broadband connectivity for residents, businesses, and community services in rural Renfrew County.
Thank you. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from North Laguna Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Brunel, Lindock, and Raglan. Discussion. Member from McNabb Braeside, please.
Thank you. Generally, I support this, and we did support it at our township level. But for clarity, when there is a letter drafted of support from the county, I think that it should be somehow made clear that it is not an endorsement of an individual service provider or a commitment to, if the CRTC grants everything, we're automatically purchasing their services or whatever, that it's a generalized support for them, but not a commitment to one provider or a service obligation. That's came up at our township, and we kind of wrote that into the support thing, that it wasn't a commitment.
Yeah. I'm going to let Mr. Kelly answer, but
Yep, no, thank you, and through you to the member, absolutely. And if you reference the report, the last line in the last paragraph, this expression of support should not be interpreted as an exclusive endorsement of any particular provider, but rather as support for investments that advance reliable broadband access for county residents and businesses. So that we've included that, at least in the background, yes. And will likely make its way into the support letter as well.
Member from Renfrew, please.
Thank you, Warden. I have to ask, whereabouts in Renfrew County? Because I know that a long time ago there used to be these little hexes, and the CRTC had this, I think it was this fund that was attached to providing service for areas that don't have service, and they identified the actual hex or the area. So as much as this is a great feel-good proposal from ExploreNet, I have a long-standing suspicion of any time that a telecompany comes forward to provide services, having started in 2006 with the Rural Connects program, and watched the companies cherry pick the easy places to bury cable and the easy places to service. I'm a little concerned that this just will add to what we already have as opposed to filling in the blanks. So what does this really mean in terms of a project in Renfrew County?
I can almost guarantee that they don't have a map yet, and that, yeah, and Craig is saying he's unaware as well. But I do agree with you. I think why and how. Anything further on this? All in favor? Thank you. Now, I have a resolution that County Council suspend the rules of procedure to permit the addition of an addendum item to the August 12, 2026 Council agenda respecting the designation of the Taste of the Valley event as a municipally significant event for the purposes of obtaining a special occasion permit. So, the motion to suspend cannot interrupt a speaker, requires a second, is not debatable, cannot be amended, and requires 2/3 vote of members present voting, which is section 23.4. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Ameston Bromley, second by the member from Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards. All in favor? And Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Warden. So a recommendation that the County Council designate the Taste of the Valley events as an event of municipal significance, playing an important cultural, social, economic role in the community, and that this designation applies to all communities within the County of Renfrew.
All in favor? I thought I did. Oh, sorry. I need a mover and seconder. Moved by the member from Renfrew, second by the member from Head Clare Mariah. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you. All right. First day back is going tough. We have no closed session, so we don't need to rise. We don't have matters arising. At the time of printing, we did not have reports from representatives to external board. It wasn't. No, but there was also a discussion. I want to do this, but we're going to move the CNL report to the 1st September because it wasn't in the package. Yep. Yep. Perfect. Okay. Councillor Doncaster, please. Do you want to read the resolution? Do you want me to read the resolution? Okay. That's okay. This is FCM resolution from ground land for non-market housing. Whereas municipalities across Ontario are facing urgent housing affordability and homelessness crisis with increasing demand for affordable and non-market housing, and whereas non-market housing delivered through non-profit, public or cooperative organizations is a recognized solution to housing affordability and homelessness as it keeps housing costs low in the long term, and whereas publicly owned land represents a valuable community asset that can support the viability of the development of affordable non-market housing where appropriate, and whereas municipalities own, control, or influence land in every part of the country, some of which may be vacant, underused, surplus, or suitable for redevelopment, and whereas municipalities across the country are demonstrating their leadership in addressing the housing and homelessness crisis by using their levers to reduce homelessness and improve housing outcomes. And whereas the Federation of Canadian Municipalities has recently launched from the ground a national mayor-driven movement of municipalities identifying publicly owned or underused land for non-market housing. And whereas FCM will use municipal land commitments to help build a national picture of municipal land opportunities, demonstrate local leadership, and inform future partnerships, capacity supports, and advocacy to help move suitable sites towards housing. And whereas FCM is inviting local leaders to participate in this municipality-led movement through the form of a mayoral commitment, council resolution, or existing housing strategy or plan that commits at least one parcel of land for non-market housing, be it resolved that the County of Renfrew endorse participation in From the Ground initiative led by FCM, commit to the provision of at least one parcel of municipal land for non-market housing, direct administration to identify a parcel of municipally owned lands that may be suitable for non-market housing and bring to council for approval before September 30th, 2026. Direct administration to submit the parcel of land to FCM's from the ground inventory before September 30th, 2026. Request that administration report back to council as appropriate on participation in the initiative, potential opportunities identified, and any recommendations for future action. And finally, direct the clerk to forward a copy of this resolution to FCM, the local MP, the provincial municipal associations, and neighboring municipalities for information and consideration. May I have a mover and seconder to get it on the floor, and then I will send it to Councillor Doncaster for some background. Moved by the member from Laurentian Valley, seconded by the member from Horton. Over to you, member from Deep River.
Thank you, Madam Warden. So an initiative started by one community, and FCM has, we've looked at this for a very long time, but the background is fairly extensive. It's not a big stretch for us here in Renfrew County because we've actually done this. So, but what FCM will do is put this package together and show all levels of government across the country the commitment that municipalities have for non-market housing, and in an effort to secure dedicated funding and projects that can move forward. It's fairly
Thank you for that.
straightforward, I think.
Comments, questions, concerns? Member from Renfrew, please.
Thank you. I like it. Just want to make sure I understand it. So is this only lands that are serviced by water and wastewater, or is this parcels of land? Is there a minimum size, 1 acre, 5 acres, 10 acres? And then if you could just spitball a little bit and tell me what you think this is going to look like in 10 years, or what, if there's another project in Halifax or Calgary or Ottawa that we can take a look at.
Starting from the beginning, I don't think that it's restricted to properties on municipal services, because a lot of rural communities across the country don't have that. I don't remember what the second one was you said, but
The size of the land, that was
Yeah.
going to be my question as well.
That, I don't think there was a restriction on that either. And further to that, it's to create an inventory of properties to demonstrate municipal commitment, and to, I think I said, to secure a predictable stream of funding for that type of construction. It's one of the ways that has been identified as a tool to assist us moving forward in creating or trying to accomplish the goals towards how much housing we need across this country. I don't know if that helped or not.
It does, thank you. So in essence, are we looking at, for lack of a better description, land banks in Ontario, land banks in Quebec, and then FCM is suggesting the federal government would negotiate an agreement with each province, as opposed to all 14,400 municipalities or whatever it is across Canada, and then possibly disperse funds similar to what used to be known as the gas tax. Is that kind of the idea?
It's to have a fund available. Yeah, and it's not to negotiate with every municipality, but to have it. Now, it may flow through provincial organizations, but certainly to have something that's consistent across the country, province to province to province.
Okay, thank you.
Interesting model. Member from McNabb-Rayside.
Thank you. Again, in concept, I think it's a great idea, but I'm concerned about B, the commit to provision. The word commit is scaring me with the uncertainties of size, uncertainties of service. We don't know if we're committing to 1 acre, 100 acres. It's pretty wide open. I don't want to see this not go through, but B, with the commit to provision, that's concerning me. If council wanted to look at perhaps amending it to more something along the lines of consider potential provision as opposed to commit to provision, that would be a little less risky, but I don't know if that change would then just kill the essence of the whole thing. So I would love to hear some advice and/or discussion about committing when we don't know servicing and size.
So we've already done this with the Warden's Caucus, where we've identified potential lands that basically kind of are committed at this time. So we've already.
Yeah, through you, Warden. I'm just saying, there's I think I don't disagree with the word commit, but I think there's a long line of how we dispose of land still, right? I mean, we still have to go through the proper disposal policy. We have to council has it designated as a surplus property. We have to go through the purchase and sale agreements. It's all of those things. I think it's more in principle that we're committing to a parcel of land to this endeavor. I'm fairly confident this is not a fait accompli.
And it's up to us to decide what that parcel would be and how it would be implemented. And
That's exactly what I was going to say. Thank you. A member from Amherst Bromley.
So, haven't we already done this? Isn't Keys Public School property? We bought it from the school board. It then became municipal lands. It is now building non-market housing, correct?
Yes, you're not, yes.
So I'd say that
you are
box,
correct.
that box is already checked.
Yeah. It is, yeah, you're right. All right, anything further on this item? All in favor? Thank you. All right, we have, do we have any notices of motion? Okay, we have no members' written motions. Are there any announcements? Member from Arnprior.
Thank you, Warden. Good news for the Renfrew County residents. Tomorrow, the Arnprior Regional Hospital will be doing a ribbon cutting for their endoscopy machine. The $100K capital expenditure for this machine was accomplished through fundraising. Number 2, residents are invited to the Arnprior Cultural Night Market being held on Saturday, 22 August from 4 till 9 in our historic downtown core. Our cultural market will feature diverse performers and vendors in exploration of different cultures and heritage in our community. And lastly, on Sunday, 23rd of August, the Pedal for Pembroke Regional Hospital will take place on the Algonquin Trail. Cyclists of all ages and abilities are invited to participate in one of 3 scenic traffic-free routes along the trail. 86 kilometers Arnprior to Pembroke, 63 from Pembroke to Cobban and return, and 30 kilometers from Pembroke to Petawawa and return. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. Any other announcements? Member from Laurentian Hills.
This also goes with the announcements made by the province. 2 weeks ago, the Honorable Natalia Kusendova-Bashti, the Ontario Minister of Long-Term Care, and Mr. Billy Deneau, the MPP for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, announced that the Deep River and District Health was given, they are investing in community-based seniors care through an innovative new program at Deep River District Health. And it's going to be called the Campfire Program. And along with that, it complements the Deep River Hospitals Foundation Get on Board Transportation campaign. And that will raise funds also for accessible transportation, which is also a real issue out Highway 17. The minister made a point of saying that one of the reasons it was given to a place in Renfrew County was because of Mr. Deneau's constant chattering with him. They sit beside each other at Queen's Park. Thank you.
She kind of indicated the same thing when she was at Miramichi Lodge. Yeah. Any other announcements? Member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden. I actually have 2 announcements, and they will be in order of occurrence. So, unfortunately, a lot of those in this room may be en route to Ottawa this Sunday. But the Bromley Historical Society has a very well-known guest speaker Sunday, July 16th at the Old Town Hall in Osceola. And it is our past MPP, John Yakubuski, who is the title of his presentation is Renfrew Politics, a Family Tradition. As I understand it, again, in keeping with the family, the individual that will be introducing Mr. Yakubuski is his cousin that probably held the seat for the Red Party, but as long as John Yakubuski held it for the Blue Party, and in fact, he is a cousin. So for those that are watching on YouTube, I'm sure that this will be a rollicking good presentation by Mr. Yakubuski, as they always are. So I want to extend that invitation. The second, of course, we're incredibly excited in Admas probably be hosting for the first time the Taste of the Valley on Saturday, August 22nd. Everyone in this room will have been returned now from the AMO conference. So if you're looking to fill something up on your Saturday, August 22nd, right at St. Michael's School, St. Michael's Church, our main Douglas Recreation Complex, that's the host of the Taste of the Valley. Come and see the renovations that the Ontario Community Sport and Recreation Infrastructure Grant is doing for our outdoor rink, and buy some of the freshest produce that you can find in the world while you are there in a suburb of Douglas.
In the world. Thank you for that. Member from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, and through you, Warden. My question goes back to the member from Admaston Bromley. Could you just repeat the date for the Yakubuski event, please? I believe you misspoke.
August 16th.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. August 16th.
I believe you said July 16th, and I just wanted to clarify.
You are correct. You
Okay,
are correct.
thank you.
Mr. Yakubuski does not make those errors. He will be enthralling and engaging.
Thank you for that. Anything further? Would the member from Killaloe, Haggerty and Richards like to announce something that's going on Friday?
Thank you, Chair. But that document has already been passed out, but I will remind everyone, the Irish Gathering kicks off on Friday night at 6 o'clock, and it'll be indoors and outdoors on Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you. That was for our incredible viewing public, because, you know, we're the hottest ticket in town. All right, is there any new business? I see none. I have a resolution that the following bylaws be enacted and passed. Bylaw 65-26, a bylaw authoring the warden and the clerk to enter into a shared service agreement with Town of Renfrew. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from North Elgin Wilberforce, second by the member from Deep River. All in favor? And I have a resolution that bylaw 66-26, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on August 12th, What's wrong? Well, that's what I said. I said that. Craig and I we're fighting now. Being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on August 12, 2026, be now numbered, deemed, read 3 times and passed. Moved by the member from Laurentian Hills, seconded by the member from Head Clara Mariah. All in favor? And I have a resolution that County Council adjourn at 11:52 a.m. Moved by the member from Petawawa, seconded by the member from Greater Madawaska. All in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you, Council. Oh, I'm sorry. We will come back for Health Committee at... What do you think? We will be back at 12:45 with the Health Committee. Thank you. Thanks for...
Welcome back, everyone. I think that's the closest I have come to target. We missed it by a minute. I am calling to order the meeting of the Health Committee for the County of Renfrew. It is 12:46 p.m. I would invite first Ms. Van Starkenburg. Has the roll been called, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We have quorum.
Outstanding. Thank you very much. At this juncture, I would invite disclosure of pecuniary interest, and if any, the general nature thereof, please. I see none. With that, I would seek a motion to approve the minutes of the Health Committee meeting of June 10th, 2026 minutes. Moved by Councillor Rose, seconded by Councillor Giardini. The minutes have been circulated ahead of the meeting. Any errors or omissions? I see none. All in favor? They are carried. Item B are the closed minutes of the June 10th, 2026 meeting. And again, with the proviso that if there are any questions or comments, we would have to devolve into closed to entertain those. But I would seek a motion to approve, please. Councillor Weir, seconded by Councillor Mayville. Are there any questions or comments? I see none. All in favor? They are carried as well. And finally, a recommendation that the Board of Health minutes for May 26th, 2026 be received. Councillor Service, seconded by Councillor Watt. Yes, we do still have members of the Board of Health in the room. If there are any questions, I would invite Warden Murphy or Councillor Emo. Any questions or comments? Oh, and of course, Councillor Rose, yes. Seeing none, all in favor? They are received. There were no delegations or presentations and continue to not be. There are also no communications, so we'll go directly without passing go into the long-term care consent report. I would invite Director of Care, Long-Term Care, Mr. Dean Quaid, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee. Item number 1 is our long-term care resident statistics. And as you can see, our 2 homes remain within the occupancy levels. The only hiccup was Miramichi Lodge, and we had a couple of outbreaks and letter to support those low occupancy rates. And then as for our client wait list, both homes remain a top choice for residents of Renfrew County. Item number 2, the long-term care inspection reports for Miramichi Lodge. In February, we had some inspectors in, and the report was amended in April. It resulted in some written notifications and compliance orders. We did remedy those issues, and then in May, they followed up and 1 written notification. And again, showed up in July, and there were no findings of non-compliance. Item number 3, in July 2026, we had one of the Ministry of Long-Term Care district managers come to the home and do a comparative analysis of both homes and kind of compared them to homes of similar size throughout Ontario, and very pleased and proud to say that our homes were within the 95th percentile of Ontario. So we do, as you see in the report, have a higher transparency rate than a lot of other homes. However, our findings are still significantly lower than other homes. So again, a testament to our 2 homes that are providing top quality care. Number 4 is our increased nursing hours. This is just something we had put together to demonstrate to our staff and wanted to share with council as well. The amazing strides that we've made in the 2 homes over the past 4 years. I think the graphs kind of speak for themselves, and the direct hours of care. Bonachère Manor at 4 hours and 7 minutes, and Miramichi Lodge is just under the provincial average this quarter, however, have been above the 4 hours of care as well. So hitting that ministry driver, and with personal support workers, registered staff, all the areas. And then number 5, Long-Term Care Engagement Day is September 18th. So we're pleased to share with County that both homes are going to be participating in this and having a celebration. And we be delighted if anyone could join us. We're also going to celebrate the long overdue celebration, I should say, of the butterfly accreditation at Bonachere Manor. So again, we're offering at Miramichi Lodge a meet and greet from 10 to 11:30, followed by a light lunch, and then on to Bonachere Manor for the afternoon for a meet and greet and celebration of the butterfly approach and the accreditation of Pinnacle North. So if you could please RSVP to Diane Johnson. If anybody is going to attend, we'd be happy to have you. And lastly, number 6, our delegated authority. This is an initiative that was put out by the Centers of Learning and Research for Innovation and Long-Term Care. So they're in their 5th year of funding this for long-term care homes, and it's to engage our staff in being preceptors for new people coming to long-term care. It provides incentives for them. It also provides somebody to help navigate all the paperwork for these individuals, which falls on our administrative staff right now. So it's quite a burdensome job. So this would create a job between the two homes to help with all of our placements and new recruits. And that is it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Quaid. Committee, we will go back and go through these in order. Any questions, comments on 1? 2. The comparative analysis. Councillor Emo, please.
Thank you. It says here that we self-report a number of the formal complaints, and that has increased the ministry oversight. And that, it looks like from the narrative that not all homes do that. So congratulations first, and secondly, how long until the ministry gets ticked off and then sets a bar as to when you should report? Because I can't imagine they want to be as busy as they would be.
Mr. Quaid.
Thank you, through you to the councillor. There is an algorithm, and I've brought this up to the ministry, and specifically on that date as well, to advocate that same issue, that are some homes underreporting, but there is an algorithm that staff have been educated on, and it's pretty black and white of what needs to be reported and what doesn't. So we are over-reporting, but I think we're doing a great job.
Thank you, and I'm not disputing that. I think you're right. It's necessary to be transparent about the operations of the home and some of the wrinkles that occur with that. And I'm not demeaning, reports as wrinkles, but sometimes things have to be looked at. So thank you.
Thank you. Anything further on item 3? Item 4? Just a comment, as is my want. The lines themselves are pretty graphic. Of note, across all of them, both at the lodge and at the manor, and I based my percentages on the starting point of 2019, but you can see with your own eyes that ultimately the starting point really wasn't until after largely COVID was behind us. So it is really only 5 years, but over the 7 years, the top chart at the manor of PSW is a 50% increase. For registered staff, it's 22, and for direct care, it's up 43%. Like on this large a facility and setting and workplace, that's incredible change in a very time compressed. And just for the same thing at the lodge, overall PSW 37, registered 11, and total hours increased by 30%. So obviously a higher starting point at the lodge to get us to the 4 hours. But nonetheless, these are incredible changes that we have managed over a very tight time constraint, largely this term of council. Moving on then to item 5, the Community Engagement Day. I think it is pretty much self-explanatory, and again, encourage all of committee to please RSVP to Diane Johnson, as noted. Item 6, the Delegated Authority. Any questions, comments? I just had one. I'm kind of curious. This is recognized as a temporary. What do we anticipate as the duration, Mr. Quaid, of this role?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. As it stands right now, it is a temporary position and would be until March 31st, with the condition, of course, that if there were funding that was allocated again by the ministry, we would be interested in extending this position.
Understood. Thank you. Anything further on the delegated authority? I see none, so we'll go directly to Chief Nolan for the Emergency Services Consent Report, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to members of committee. Item number 1 is the County of Renfrew Paramedic Service Land Ambulance Certificate to Operate. So much like accreditation within the homes, we're happy to confirm that in late June we received our operation license, so to speak, from the province through to July 2029. So this is based upon the legislation related to operating a paramedic service, and we go through an exhaustive accreditation on a regular basis, and happy to say that we came through that, and big thanks to our friends in Human Resources, Finance, Development, and Property, as well as the Ministry of Health for their partnership in this endeavor. Number 2, Mr. Chair, is related to an article published entitled The Ottawa Valley Sierra Team Above and Beyond Search and Rescue. They featured the exceptional work of our paramedics, and our partnership with other agencies, including Ontario Parks, Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, and our neighbors, particularly in Nipissing District, as well as other adjacent communities. So you can imagine, for example, Lanark Highlands, Hastings Highlands, and the other areas that we tend to correspond with other paramedic services as part of our seamlessness agreements. Item number 3 is the partnership with Algonquin Provincial Park, and of course Barron Canyon and the Acrae side is near and dear to us, as is the south end of the park on the Bonachère side, and then up into the Highway 60 side. So we work very closely with them for the regular operations. What this means is a more judicious approach. Instead of sending an ambulance and sitting on standby for hours and hours and hours, it's a risk-managed approach to be able to go in, stabilize the individuals in the park, and then be able to provide the same level of care that you would anticipate anywhere within the more urbanized portions of Renfrew County. In doing this partnership, we also hosted on June 10 to 12 at Camp Arrowhawn a Sierra team-led wilderness response symposium. We had 130 participants from over 20 paramedic services and 7 partner agencies, from Canadian Forces through to ground search and rescue teams, and on and on. The park wardens were instrumental in working with us on this event as well. So it was a very successful event. A big thank you to Craig for coming and providing opening remarks. There's lots of call for us to do it again next year. We did, from a financial perspective, there was no loss to the county in providing this training. In fact, we were able to contribute back to the county surplus as a result of this event. So happy to do that and continue to reinvest not only in our own staff, but also share our learnings with others and demonstrate leadership and innovation in the way that we operate. I think one of the key points that came out of this is a shift, and I know many of you at a local level work very closely with the emergency services that you provide. The notion of rescue really bubbled up as part of the conversation, and you see that both in the article and through this symposium. And I think it's important that, you know, the notion of go in and get someone and bring them out to care often resulted in significant pain, significant challenges to the individual clinically. The approach now, both domestically and internationally within the military, is actually to bring care to the individual, to manage pain, to manage injuries, and then be able to have an evacuation process that maintains or improves the individual's condition as opposed to bringing them out to care. So a bit of a shift in the last decade or so, but the evidence has also shifted towards rescue as no longer the method. The only time that rescue would be considered the method is where there's a hot zone. So a nuclear event, for example, getting somebody out of an area that has a persistent risk or danger versus the environmental type issues that we tend to deal with. It's about bringing care to the individual, not taking them out of a burning building, for example. Item number 4, Mr. Chair, is related to the research symposium, and this is an annual event, and this is our 7th annual time to host the National Research Symposium. And in doing so, we bring together researchers from around the world to Burnstown, to the Neat Cafe, and highlight the evidence-based practices that we've contributed to in the literature, but also as it pertains to promoting the work of our own staff and bringing education really close to home. So that will continue to evolve, and the Neat Cafe is a very unique place to do it because it's both indoors and outdoors and really highlights the best of what the County of Renfrew has to offer in terms of its beauty, but also the services that are available to us. Item number 5, Mr. Chair, in terms of delegated authority, there were 3 components to delegated authority, all of which are available within the report for you to reference. The first is the VTAC agreement, which is a continuation agreement with the province. The second is the OHT agreement and the notice of amendment. And the third is the migration of the electronic health records, which we've spoken of in the past. And we've moved forward based upon the health and safety of our community to move from the previous provider to the current provider. And as you'll see within the report, we were able to piggyback on an RFP process that one of our neighboring municipalities had done and be able to take advantage of that preferred pricing. And it also aligns with the fact that this organization also has much of the back-end documentation as we've worked with them in the past. So it was an easier migration across, albeit a new platform, but the data migration will be easier for us. Both the documents related to VTAC, the notice to amendment, the migration of the records are within your package on page 17. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Chief. Committee, we'll go back on the PDF. It's page 14 for those of you on diligent. You have to find it yourself. Item number 1, the land ambulance certificate. Item 2, the Sierra team. Item 3, the partnership with Algonquin Park. I wonder, actually, Chief, if I could, in a brief way, I know you and I are challenged sometimes by that word. I think that we had an incident recently that kind of combines both items number 2 and number 3. Did you want to speak to that a little bit with a Sierra response recently into the park?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think to preface that, we've been incredibly busy with Sierra responses throughout the county and as well in Algonquin Park, where we had an individual circumstance this past weekend where 4 individuals, some of which worked for Ontario Parks, were struck by lightning at an interior lake. So to have a mass casualty event at an interior location posed significant challenges. In our response, a huge thank you to our team for responding incredibly professionally and in a timely way. Big thank you to Deputy Chief Libby for jumping in as well on the weekend and doing the right thing by supporting the team and supporting those patients. We also had a number of other air assets given the complexity of the response. Certainly the float plane that's available in Algonquin Park was our primary ride into the interior with a short hike, and we were able to evacuate 3 of the individuals with the OPP assistance and their air assets, and 1 individual JRCC, which is the search and rescue helicopter from Trenton that provides winch capability in that location. So really a complex, multi-aviation services. The park wardens were exceptional in terms of providing us assistance in that response. And then in addition, the patients themselves, luckily everyone is doing okay now. But if you've ever been hit by lightning, it's a bit of a roll of the dice as to which way it's going to go. And we had to intensively treat one of the individuals in the wilderness for some time until those air assets were available, as there were other storms in the area that we were tending with as well. So I think just a real exemplification of the work of staff, the complexity of the operations, and then the interagency collaboration to be able to make this a successful story, I think is really worth highlighting. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and also it underscores what I've repeatedly said. If in fact we are going to invite folks to come and fully immerse themselves into our natural wonderland, that it's vitally important that we have their back as well, so to speak. That you are not perhaps in remote wilderness. We'll get to you somehow when you're in our area. Moving on then to the research symposium. Questions, comments? How many annual is this? Seventh. Finally, item 5, delegated authority. Councillor Hodanon, please.
Thank you. So in item 5C, the ESO, in it, it says that in the negotiated special terms that say that ESO will use the Canadian data centers for LOGIS services. But later on in the same document, it says that cloud services, the cloud environment is actually being hosted in the southern United States. So can staff confirm that the county patient health information will remain in Canada and that the negotiated Canadian data residency provision overrides the generic U.S. cloud hosting language on page 6 of that agreement?
Chief, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor. Yes, I can confirm that. And this has been a fast-moving issue, as you may recall back to our conversations in June. While the document does read in that way, we've received the assurance that all of the cloud-based services have been migrated and all of the data residency is in Canada, so as not to conflict with the Patriot Act of the United States. So that document will be updated and has already actually been updated to reflect that, according to Mr. Libby at the back of the room. This implementation is happening very quickly, but the basis of patient confidentiality, personal health information, data residency are all in the forefront for us in terms of the most important elements of this. We have a team of paramedics that are working on this as a super user group currently in a parallel process to implementation. As a result, the base product that we're migrating towards was exclusively an American product because they're migrating the entire Canadian product that they have currently to this other product, but residing entirely within Canada. So that's the reason for the legacy language within their agreement. So we were aware of that. We have made that change, and thank you for bringing it up so that I can underscore the importance of that here. Thank you.
Councillor Emo, please.
Thank you. This is just a note how far things have come. When you take a look at the VTAC agreement and the paragraph in the letter to Mr. Kelly is, there is strong evidence that virtual care can improve parent and caregiver experience by facilitating more convenient, timely, and equitable access to care. In addition, virtual care programs can be designed to improve other quintuple aim objectives, including improved patient and provider experience, efficiency, population health outcomes, and advancing health equity. In most cases, virtual care is most effective when it complements in-person care in the context of established provider-patient relationships. So that certainly has, I think, driven home our approach, meaning VTAC's approach, to start off as a virtual and then move to the clinic, the pop-up clinic model that we're using now. So I'm really glad to see that in their letter. They've never had anything, to my knowledge, that strong of a commitment or at least an acknowledgement to VTAC. So the strong evidence that also speaks volumes about our commitment to research and publishing papers. So congratulations to Chief Nolan and his staff for recognizing the need to drive this information into the province and become accepted fact. So I just thought I'd highlight that because that's never, I don't recall ever seeing that before in their language, so congratulations.
Thank you. Anything further? Just with respect to the last item, so it almost occurred to me when we spoke of this at a closed session, I think at our last meeting, file this under physician, heal thyself. Like this was an emergency that presented itself to our emergency responders as a very critical component to our emergent response and to other responses as well that we have evolved in the paramedic service. So ultimately what I was very pleased at in this incredibly time-sensitive issue that we were able to essentially attach ourselves to a competitive process that another paramedic service had gone through. I guess my only question would be, Chief, on a going forward basis, what do you anticipate will be the financial delta between the service that we were receiving from pre-HOS and the new service?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's in the grand scheme of things, it's much closer than I anticipated in terms of what that cost pressure would be. And as it currently sits, on an annualized basis, it's less than a $10,000 pressure on what was originally a $150,000 contract. So it's coming in dependent on when the contract begins. I don't anticipate any cost pressure for this year. And that allows us through the budget process to be able to absorb what would really be pretty close to an annualized increase in cost.
Sure, outstanding. One further opportunity for any questions. Okay, the recommendation is that the consent reports be received as information. Mover, please. Warden Murphy, staring right at you, Warden. And Councillor Proctor. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. I'd now invite committee to the long-term care discussion report found on page 166. Please, Mr. Quaid.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. Number one, Bonashare Manor Resident Trust Account recommendation that Health Committee recommend the County Council approve the signing authorities for the Bank of Montreal or the Bank of Montreal County of Renfrew Bonashare Manor Resident Trust Account are two of the following: Dean Quaid, Director of Long-Term Care; Daniel Burke, Associate Director of Finance / Treasurer; Kim Prentice, Administration Supervisor; and Shiji Patil, Administrative Assistant of Finance.
Thank you very much. I'd seek a mover, please. Councillor Grills, moved by Councillor Giardini, other G, seconded by Councillor Grills. Background, please, Mr. Quaid.
Thank you, Chair. Through to you to committee. To enhance banking services for residents, families of Bonashare Manor, the staff is proposing the Bonashare Manor Resident Trust Account at Scotiabank be consolidated into a County of Renfrew account with the Bank of Montreal.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Pretty much housekeeping. All in favor? That is carried. Move on to item 2, please, Mr. Quaid.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee. Number 2, the City of Pembroke invoice. Recommendation that Health Committee recommend that Council authorize a contribution in the amount of $40,564.59 to the City of Pembroke for the costs incurred during the November 2025 water main break affecting Miramichi Lodge, without admission of liability and without establishing a precedent for future municipal infrastructure failures or emergency response events, and that the $40,564.59 be the itemized costs net of HST rebates for the tanker watch, water truck, and water tanker line items on McRae Excavating invoice number 18657 to the City of Pembroke.
Thank you very much. I would seek a mover, please. Councillor Weir, seconded by Councillor Emo. Background, please.
In late November 2025, the City of Pembroke suffered a water main failure which cut off water supply to Miramichi Lodge. Without water supply, the fire suppression system, plumbing, and drinking water in the home was inoperative. The City of Pembroke did provide a water tanker to ensure the fire suppression and water pressure to the home. In February of 2026, the County of Renfrew received an invoice from the City of Pembroke for $94,165.93, which was a rebilling of a contractor invoice for this number of items related to the water main break. While staff have not identified a contractual obligation requiring the County of Renfrew to reimburse the City of Pembroke for costs arising from the water main failure, it acknowledged that the extraordinary measures were undertaken to maintain water service and fire protection for Miramichi Lodge during the emergency. After discussions at a staff level, the invoice has now been amended to $44,170.60. Staff remain uncertain regarding the precise rationale and calculation methodology utilized to allocate costs to Miramichi Lodge. However, given the reduction in the invoice amount, the benefit received by the county during the emergency, and the long-standing collaborative relationship between the County of Renfrew and the City of Pembroke, staff believes it's reasonable for Council to consider a one-time goodwill settlement to resolve the matter. The recommended payment would not constitute and acknowledge that the county is responsible for the costs associated with municipal water infrastructure failures. Rather, it would recognize the extraordinary circumstances that existed at the time and the support provided to maintain resident safety and operations of Miramichi Lodge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Quaid. Comments? Councillor Lynch, then Councillor Service.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder if we could sever this item till the end, please. I'd like a couple of comments on that.
Sure, absolutely. Okay. I think there are just the two items. That's correct. So we are severing item number 2. I'm not sure, Ms. Van Starkenberg, did we actually even vote on item number 1? I was probably supposed to do that. Or no, do we do this after we receive all of the... That's right. Okay.
Sorry, Chair. Yes, we did not vote on item number 1.
Oh, okay.
But we do need to.
Sorry?
We do need to vote on it separate, like each item separately.
Yeah, that's right.
So,
Okay.
yes.
So I am going to go back then to item number 1. I did have a mover of that. I did have a seconder of that. Where I failed completely was, in fact, seeking the vote of committee. Committee, all in favor on item 1. That is carried. The minutes should be fun on this one. Good luck with that, Ms. Van Starkenberg. So now I guess it would be to, I'm going to go back to the agenda. That's probably the safest bet. Recommendation that the discussion reports be received as presented, excepting item number 2, which will be dealt with separately. I would seek a mover, please. Councillor Service, seconded by Councillor Mayville. All in favor? That is carried. Now, we will return to the severed item, which is number 2, and I will yield to you, Councillor Lynch.
Thank you, Chair. I guess my concern is the city's responsible for the water and sewer to our facilities. We're paying the monies in the way of our water and sewer bills. So to me, they're obligated to give us the water and sewer that's needed. The fire department said we must have the fire suppression. To me, that's the city providing this, where they have to run a separate line from a different fire hydrant, whatever, to provide us. It's not up to us to pay for that. We're already paying for it in our yearly billing, I'll call it. So having said that, I'm curious if council would think of having a legal opinion whether we're going to be obligated to pay for this or not. If you do it once, you've opened the door for more litigation down the line for almost anything in the way of water and sewer to our facilities. So just, I'd like to clarify that.
So if I understand, Councillor Lynch, did you wish to move that a decision be deferred on this until such time as a legal opinion might be sought?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, could I have a seconder on that? Warden Murphy. Discussion on the deferral. Councillor Proctor, please.
Yeah, if I may, I wholeheartedly appreciate the suggestion, and I would wonder if we could equally ask staff, perhaps they already have, the review of insurance on the facilities relative to the services provided. Insurance policy.
Sure, I think that certainly staff being present can look into that. Sorry? I can't. Oh, okay. So actually, Mr. Burke apparently is prepared to answer at the drop of a hat. He does not. He rarely provides me that service.
Sorry, just to clarify, the property insurance, the damage did not occur on our property, so it's not a property insurance matter. In terms of the liability side, it wouldn't cover evacuating a facility like that. It would all be based around property damage, right? Like an earthquake or something like that that damaged property, and then the evacuation would flow from that if we were to trigger an evacuation. But it's not a property damage event that's doing anything. So there's really no insurance trigger there.
Supplemental, if I can, through you, Chair. Appreciate no damage, more the lack of the ability to provide services to our residents, and the fire suppression system being an essential element, the insurance coverage towards that provision of service. And if we don't have policy to that, that's fair. I was just looking to see if that would be an additional means to recover the costs to provide services as they weren't available, as they naturally or commonly are. Thank you.
Thank you for that. It doesn't seem unreasonable to at least investigate what sort of policy riders may be available for circumstances such as this, at least to investigate that and bring that back to council. I don't think that needs a resolution, Mr. Kelly, so much as direction to staff. Are you seeking a resolution directing? Okay, Councillor Proctor, you are prepared to move that then?
Oh, for the insurance?
Yes.
Oh, no, that's fine. We'll incorporate that into the
I misunderstood.
Sorry,
After being
for the benefit-
chastised
for
by
the
Ms. Van
benefit of this.
Starkenberg, I'm going to get resolutions.
Just, sorry, for the benefit of record and online, we'll incorporate that into the legal review.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Hodnott, please.
In relation to the deferral, is there any issues if we're in lame duck and it comes back and we need to authorize the payment, which is not a budgeted payment? Does lame duck throw a curve into this by deferring it?
I would assume fairly safely that it does, but I will certainly defer to the CAO.
Thank you, through chair. It's at this point it's under $50,000, so you're still within your right.
I stand corrected. It does not. Councillor Service, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, my comment or question is not on the deferral, but on the recommendation itself. Should I wait until the deferral business is over?
I suppose that if in fact this is deferred, then the discussion could ensue at the point that there is a return. I would seek perhaps guidance. If in fact committee votes to defer this, that it is not, then we would not entertain any further discussion when I call the question. I would leave that up to you, Councillor Service.
I guess I can wait.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions or comments on the motion before us to defer this pending a... Oh, Councillor Frenier, sorry, yeah, I see you there.
Obviously, I'm a representative of Pembroke, so I understand wanting to look into it more and see what your rights are. As staff said, there is no legally binding reason for you to partner with us on the cost, but I appreciate staff's recommendation that you do so. The city's in lots of partnerships, and believe me, around the council table, we often discuss what we're being billed for and, questioning it. Don't think we've ever refused a payment, though, even when we maybe thought, well, do we get a benefit out of that service, to its full extent? I know a few years ago you were thinking of putting the fiber. We in the city already had dependable fiber internet service. But we partnered anyway. We thought, it's good because, if we're driving on the far reaches of the county, we want to make sure we get good service. So I guess I understand, again, being it deferred. I won't be supporting the deferral, but so be it. But I think that we have good partnerships in other services, and I would urge you to support this once it comes back with more information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Frenier. Final opportunity, further question or comment? All in favor? That is carried. It is deferred. That being the case, then I move directly on to the next item, Ms. Van Starkenburg, which would be item 9. Okay, thank you. Deferred reports. There were none at the time of distribution. Does that continue to be so?
That continues to be so.
Okay, thank you. I do not see, nor am I aware of verbal reports. There was no requirement for a closed session at time of distribution. Does that remain so?
Yes, it does.
Any new or other business? I see none. With that, I'd seek a motion to adjourn, please. Councillor Schulist, seconded by Councillor Frenier. All in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you.
Have a good afternoon, everyone.
Our next meeting, Chair Giardini, will be at 1:40. That is 13 minutes from now.
Welcome back. I'd like to call to order this Community Services Committee meeting. Ms. Van Starkenburg, has roll call been taken?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We have quorum.
Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? Seeing none. I have a recommendation that the minutes of the June 10, 2026 meeting be approved. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by the member from Laurentian Valley, seconded by the member from Horton. Any discussions, errors, omissions? Seeing none. All in favor? Carried. I have a recommendation that the closed minutes of the June 10th, 2026 meeting be approved. If there are any changes, we will have to go into closed. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by the member from Head Clermont, seconded by the member from Madawaska Valley. Any errors, omissions, discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? Carried. There are no delegations or presentations. There are 5 items of communications. Are there any questions or comments on A? The first one is from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Seeing none. Item B, the Ministry of Education for the Early Years and Childcare Division. Seeing none. The third is from Renfrew County District Health Unit. Paints a very glum picture of our food. Item D, the National Right to Housing Network. Seeing none. And the last one is the Public Housing Dividend Summary from the GTHA Community Housing Collaborative. Member from Whitewater, please.
Thanks, Chair. Just a quick question on A, and I apologize if it was earlier today that we'd spoken about it, maybe with another capability, but are we considering an application for the priority project business case?
Yes, we are, and I will hand this over to Mr. Davis. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So every time this application comes out for these residual funds, we do put an application in. You may recall earlier this year, committee asked the staff to look into why we were not successful last time. We did meet with ministry staff about, I think, in May, and they explained, well, not giving the details of why we're not successful, but they made a couple of comments saying that maybe the County of Renfrew could lower their cost per door. So typically when we did the triplex, it was around $300,000 per door. And so we'll take that into consideration when we apply for this grant also. So we will be applying for something like a triplex. Undisclosed, unknown yet of where we're going to do it, whether it's Renfrew or Arnprior, but the typical what we've done in the past, looking at our incremental approach, the conversion of a single family detached to a triplex or a quad. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Are we good? Okay, any other comments? Member from Renfrew, please.
Sorry, your comments intrigued me. The potential funder came back and said we had to lower our cost per door. Is that how I'm sorry, I didn't tune in quickly enough.
Yeah, through you, Chair. So just the idea of the last time we applied, and every time we apply, we asked for our 100% funds to do something. So the last time we applied, I think it was what was for the 149 Francis, and we asked for the full amount. And what they suggested during the conversation is there other possible ways to lower that cost? So we'll take that in consideration, whether it's in-kind contribution, the land contribution moving forward, to see if that was will make it more applicable to the count or to the province. Thank you, Chair.
Member from Petawawa. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Did we go past the Ontario Child Care and Early Years funding? Or am I at the appropriate place to make a comment on that? The letter from the Ministry of Education?
Yes, but we can go back to that. We'll go back to member from Renfrew's comment on the first on A, and then I'll come back to you.
Okay, thanks.
Member from Renfrew, please.
I just find that's an amazing comment to make, given that the cost of land here is cheaper than Toronto, London, Ottawa, Kingston, Sudbury, North Bay, Thunder Bay, Cornwall. I think I can think 12 more places easily. And so to make that kind of a comment that you have to lower your costs is, while I see funding announcements to other jurisdictions, is quite amazing. But I'll just leave it at that. Thanks.
Member from Whitewater, please.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, and now it's got me going. So $300,000 a door is too much, but we're doing a project. One of the triplexes that we have planned for next year. Francis? Yeah. Why don't we just tell them that we'll take any money per door at whatever price they think is reasonable, because right now we're funding the $300,000 per door, so we'll take $1,000 per door. It just doesn't make sense to me. What price, what number makes sense that they could give us?
Mr. Davis.
Yeah, thank you. And so a reminder that the 149 Francis project is through provincial funds, so we have to keep that in mind. This is the residual funds for the same grants, and I think what the province is looking for to maximize the number of new units, and so the lower the cost, the more units, and so that's what they're looking for in the greater scheme of the provincial level. And here, this is what we're having here at $300,000 per unit. So we can look at different options. Maybe go bigger and lower unit cost, and we can do different things. But that was the feedback we heard, and we'll kind of go forward from there.
Any more comments on a member from Greater Madawaska?
Yes, through you, Chair, to Mr. Davis. So in the past, when we didn't get the funding, was there a record of other municipalities that received the funding and how much they received, so that we could maybe set a parameter of what we're looking at they would give us per door?
Mr. Davis, please.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Chair. So we can look into that. We haven't done that yet. I know anecdotally in the past, I think some micro homes, I think 2-3 years ago, some micro homes in Southern Ontario were purchased for under $100,000 because they were micro homes, really small modular homes, almost barn style, and so they have a number of units. So that's why they were successful, but we can look into it and get back to you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further comment on A? No, we'll go to B. A councillor from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I'm just going to go on a mini rant about the mini recalibration of Seawell spaces, because I don't want to go on a major rant on why there wasn't a major recalibration. But I noticed 3 municipalities in Ontario received additional spaces for Seawell based on the mini recalibration, where the only municipality in the province that didn't get any spaces in 2026 was not rewarded in the mini recalibration. All I can say is that we'll keep asking for delegations, and I know staff has had a great job in advocating for additional Seawalk spaces for Renfrew County, and I know that there's a delegation coming up at AMO in a couple of days, and hopefully our voices will be heard and we can get some mini recalibration spaces.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on any of the communications items? Seeing none, I have a recommendation that the communications be received as information. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by the warden, seconded by the member from North Algona, Wilberforce. All in favor? Carried. Next is the Community Services Consent Report. There are 6 items there. The first is the Mashkee Wizi Manido grand opening. Any questions, comments? Second is the update on a draft memorandum of understanding with Renfrew Victoria Hospital and St. Francis Memorial Hospital. Comments number 3 is the Ontario Works caseload forecast. 4, social assistance chatbot. 5 is a community housing newsletter. And the fifth is delegated authority for the transfer payment agreement for Ontario Works. A member from Whitewater, please.
Thanks, Chair. Just to go back to 3, if I could, and I'm just curious, I noticed our increases, and I can't remember the percentage, but does there's associated increase in the funding that goes to the provision of those services, or are we increasing our capacity within the current allocation of funding from the province?
Ms. Patrick, please.
Good afternoon, members of Community Services Committee, and thank you through you, Chair, to Councillor Nicholson. Thank you for the question. So the Ontario Works caseload increase, the provincial benefits paid to the families are 100% provincial. The cost of administration is shared 50-50. So at this time, we have not received our 2027 cost of administration, but I do not anticipate that it would be increased beyond the 2026 level, but we will await and see when those are provided to us.
Okay, a member from North Algona, Wilberforce, please.
That's interesting. And just to follow up then on that, so it's actually, again, a reduction in funding if they're increasing the caseload volumes, but not the administration costs that go with that.
Ms. Patrick.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Brose. I think that, certainly as the caseloads are increasing, the caseloads per caseworker are increasing, and we're, feeling that pressure from staff. I think in terms of the provincial response, they are trying to innovate around some of the technology, and the item number 4, the social assistance chatbot was introduced in terms of helping to expedite some of the administration of Ontario Works. So there's a lot of need to reference rules and legislation, and the chatbot is an internal tool for staff to help make some of the administration easier. So, just to really respond by saying that I think some of these measures around how can they reduce administration by increasing efficiency and utilizing new technologies is in part why the province is looking at some of these new initiatives.
Are there any other comments on this? Seeing none. Next, we have the corporate services consent report for the POA. Let me just call that up here. There are 3 items on that report. The first is a provincial offences administration workload. Any questions or comments? Seeing none. Second is the POA outstanding fines. Seeing none. And number 3 is the provincial offences update. Seeing none. Recommendation that the consent reports be received as information. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by the member from Killaloe, Haggerty Richards, seconded by the member from North Algona, Wilberforce. All in favor? Carried. Next is discussion report, and I'll hand it over to the Director of Community Services, Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. So I have 2 recommendations in the discussion report. May I go ahead and read the first recommendation, Chair?
Yes, please.
Thank you. And through you to committee, item number 1 is a homelessness prevention program funding allocation. The recommendation is that the Community Services Committee recommend that County Council approve the Homelessness Prevention Program, HPP, 2026 to 2027 fiscal year investment plan, and that the proposed $800,000 capital project consists of the conversion of an existing single-family home within the Renfrew County Housing Corporation portfolio into a triplex.
Could I get a mover and a seconder to put on the floor? Moved by the member from Greater Madawaska, seconded by the member from Madawaska Valley. Any questions, comments, or background, please?
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. So the allocation for 2026-2027 under the Homelessness Prevention Program, the $3.569 million, is the same allocation that we received for the previous fiscal year. And the recommendations that are outlined in your package and in the investment plan chart within the report are consistent with the recommendations that have been brought to this committee and approved by this committee in the county's 2024 Housing and Homelessness Plan, as well as the 2026 Renfrew County Housing Corporation Vision Forward document. So in those documents, we've talked about continuing with our core programs that are helping the individuals in the deepest need. So those would include the rent allowance program, which provides a rental subsidy to individuals to help with rent affordability. The private market rent geared to income program, which allows individuals that are low income to pay a rent geared to income within the private market. So that's in partnership with private landlords. Our emergency minor home repair program, which helps with low income homeowners to be able to maintain their homes and be able to continue to safely live in their home by completing some necessary repairs, as well as the Emergency Housing Assistance Program that helps with rental arrears to prevent eviction and help with utilities arrears to prevent disconnection of services. The plan also continues with a support for some of our priority populations that are at a greater risk of homelessness as per the provincial guidelines, including youth, Indigenous peoples, and other vulnerable households. And we do those in partnership now with our many community agencies. What is new this year for our homelessness prevention program recommendation is that we propose that $800,000 be put towards a capital project, which would be a triplex that would add 2 new units within our low-income housing portfolio. We are really pleased to be able to say that due to increased provincial support through the Heart Hub program, we have been able to reduce some of the short and long-term motel stays through the homelessness prevention program. So due to some of the beds being open through Heart Hub and those programs, we're able to recommend the $800,000 going towards a capital project. Just in terms of some of the comments that we've had throughout earlier the council meeting, we've been talking about several triplexes. So we've completed 135 Francis last year. We've got 149 Francis that is underway. As we had talked about with the Vision Forward document, staff really believe that the triplexes are a way that we can continue to incrementally advance more low-income housing in a plan that is manageable by existing staff. So we're recommending that this would be able to advance that plan even further with another triplex. And similar to what Mr. Davis spoke about, if we get the Kochi residual funding, we could do another triplex as well. We have 50 or 60 single-family homes, as was discussed previously in our Renfrew County housing portfolio, that are aging, and they present opportunities to increase densification and increase unit count while also modernizing some of our units. So I'll stop there, Chair, but happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions on this? A member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, just a question about, there's a table there with the household income limits on it, and it speaks about, you see for a one-bedroom, it's $46,000 is the household income limit, and the proposal will increase that rent by $269 per month, but it will only affect those that are above that household income limit. I just need clarification on that.
Ms. Patrick.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Service. So the chart is with respect to item number 2 in the discussion report. I can state, though, that our homelessness prevention program does use a similar chart as far as eligibility, that anybody being assisted through those programs does need to meet eligibility criteria as far as households underneath the household income limits chart.
Sorry, I jumped ahead. I scrolled too fast. I didn't see the number change. I may ask a follow-up when we get to the actual number.
Sure. Okay. Member from Whitewater.
Back to school has been tough on all of us.
Thanks, Chair. Very supportive of this approach. I just had a question on one, the language in one part talks about adding 2 additional rent geared to income units. I understand we're taking a single house and making it 3, but when we talked about our moving forward strategy, it's really a net overall change of 0, or is this actually going to be a net 2 increase in our overall holdings?
Ms. Patrick, please.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Nicholson. Excellent question. This would be a net new 2.
Good. Are there any other questions or comments? No? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Carried. Item 2, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So item number 2 is community housing rent standardization. The recommendation is that the Community Services Committee recommend that County Council approve establishing maximum rents for new tenancies in the Renfrew County Housing Corporation portfolio at 30% of the applicable provincial household income limit for the unit size effective January 1st, 2027, and that maximum rents for existing tenancies in the Renfrew County Housing Corporation portfolio be increased by $20 per month plus the allowable provincial guideline increase effective January 1st, 2027 until they reach 30% of the applicable household income limit amount, supporting a gradual transition to a standardized and equitable rent structure across the portfolio.
Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by the warden, seconded by the member from Marne Prior. Background, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. So by way of some background, I think the first most important thing to note here is that this recommendation does not have anything to do with, nor does it recommend any changes to the rent geared to income rent levels. So the majority of individuals living in our 1,032 units that the Renfrew County Housing Corporation owns and operates are paying a rent level that is set according to their income limit. So the Housing Services Act of 2011 stipulates all the rules around rent geared to income, how we set those rents, and there would be nothing that would be changing with respect to that. However, if an individual moves into our housing unit and obviously is within allowable income and asset limits to qualify for rent geared to income, and then in a month, 2 months, 3 months, their income changes and they maybe start working full time and their income now exceeds allowable levels, or maybe they receive an inheritance or win the lottery and they have assets that exceed allowable levels, then at that point, the Housing Services Act states that they go up to maximum rent. So their tenancy continues to be protected under the Residential Tenancies Act, so they can continue to choose to be a tenant there, but their rent would then be set at the maximum rent. So this recommendation is with respect to increasing those maximum rents. So this would propose that starting January 1st, 2027, that when new tenants move into our units and sign a lease, they would be advised that, currently their rent is such and such, and that should they lose their subsidy or their income changes and they no longer qualify, this would be the rent that they would be charged, and that would be the maximum rent. I think this is something that we've talked with several other service managers about how they are establishing their maximum rents across a portfolio. In the past, when we've set our rents and then increased just annually by the provincial guideline, you will see that we're not really keeping up with what the market conditions are showing. So you'll note, as Councillor Service was speaking about the rent chart that is in the package, so showing that a 1-bedroom maximum rent is currently $881. The proposed changes would move that rent to $1,150. So we feel that this is an equitable change. Sometimes what happens is that individuals who no longer are eligible for rent geared to income continue to stay in the residence because our maximum rents are so much lower than other market rents. So what we are proposing, and that has been a change that's been implemented by several other service managers, is that if it's set at 30% of the household income limits, then every time the province changes the household income limits, which is normally done annually, then we would make a change to our maximum rents, because it would always be 30% of the hills. So when the hills chart is updated, we would also update our maximum rents. So that's the proposal as far as new tenancies. The second part of the recommendation is with existing tenancies. And with existing tenancies, under the Housing Services Act 2011, we really do have the ability to just move everybody, new and existing tenants, up to new maximum rents as the board sees fit. However, we feel that that would be too substantial an increase for individuals that have existing tenancies. So we're recommending an incremental increase of a $20 per month increase to the current rent that they're paying for those individuals at maximum rent, plus the provincial guideline increase, which will be 1.9% for 2027, and continue that incremental monthly increase until such time as those existing tenancies catch up to the 30% of household income limit rents. Again, I'll stop there, but happy to provide any further clarification or details if needed.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on that? I thought he was pointing. Yeah. Your turn.
I thought Councillor Service was going to do a supplemental to his last one.
Okay. Mayor Nicholson?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just, the 30%, is that the common percentage that's used with neighboring organizations? Is there a limit to what that could be, or is 30% just used because that's the national goal for the percentage of household income that should be used for accommodations?
Go ahead.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Nicholson. This is discretionary for our elected, so it's the 30%. That's really just something that staff have spoken with other service managers, and this is what is being done, feeling that that is a fair amount to charge 30% of the household income limits for people who are at maximum rent is a fair amount to calculate those maximum rents. Again, you know, there is discretion here. So as staff in reviewing it, we are trying to find, looking at best practices of other service managers and really looking at, you know, what we are seeing in terms of, you know, some of the current tenancies that are no longer qualifying for a rent geared to income subsidy, but remain tenants that are paying, you know, really rents that are quite low compared to other tenancies in the private market. As the chart or the report notes, we currently have 98 tenants out of our 1,032 tenants that are paying maximum rent. And that's about 30 or so in the Pembroke area, about 30 or so in the Renfrew area, and about 30 or so in the Arnprior area. So they're spread throughout. And so at this time, those individuals would be the only people that would be impacted by the rent increase, as well as new tenancies starting in January 2027 would be advised that should they in the future no longer qualify for rent geared to income, that they would then be subject to the maximum rent.
Supplemental?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just the second question was just, you had mentioned when you were providing the background that it was $20 a month additional. It mentions $10 in the background. Can you just amplify what the difference is between what it reads and what you said?
Ms. Patrick.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Nicholson, thank you for the question. We have been trying to standardize some of the maximum rents across the portfolio over the past several years. In reviewing previous resolutions of council, I noted back to 2019, we've had a $10 per month increase charge on existing tenancies who are paying the maximum rent to try to bring them up to other maximums, or the actual maximum that we set for new tenancies. And that has been ongoing since 2019. So some of our current tenancies that have been long-standing that are at maximum rent are quite low. And this is recommending that $10 a month increase move up to $20 a month increase, just to have a little bit to expedite the time to catch those rents up.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Carried. The next is the addendum for the memorandum of understanding, and I'll let that, Ms. Patrick, please. Sorry, Mr. Davis. Sorry, going once, going twice, third. Mr. Kelly, please.
Anyone else in the room? Thank you, Chair. So this is actually an exciting initiative that we're proud to bring forward, but perhaps I'll get it on the table and then we'll describe it in the background. So the recommendation is that the Community Services Committee recommend to County Council that the Chief Administrative Officer be authorized to execute a memorandum of understanding with Pembroke Regional Hospital to support the development of a senior supportive housing with assisted living initiative, so that's the title, at the existing Care for McKay site, subject to confirmation of ministry funding for both the housing and assisted living components, and that staff be directed to continue working with Pembroke Regional Hospital, Care for Health and Community Services, Renfrew County, and provincial partners to finalize operational funding and implementation details. And further, that staff report back to County Council and or the Renfrew County Housing Corporation should the initiative result in any unfunded capital, operating, or service delivery obligations.
Thank you. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by the member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Greater Madawaska. Background, please.
Happy to talk about it, Chair. So this is something that's been discussed amongst staff and has been quietly talked about, I guess, amongst those within the Heart Hub and Community Response Table and our friends at Long-Term Care. And of course, with local hospitals, including our great partners at Pembroke Regional Hospital. Not dissimilar to what we've talked about with RVH and St. Francis Memorial. Unfortunately, we couldn't move forward with that agreement for a variety of circumstances, in mutually acceptable circumstances. But in this case, we've identified that there are a number of folks in the hospital system that haven't been able to be discharged effectively, and they're utilizing spaces at the hospital because they have nowhere to go or to age in place after they could be discharged from their health journey or whatever brought them into the hospital to be taken care of. Many of them don't have the right home supports. Many of them are not quite eligible for long-term care, or they are on a current waiting list and perhaps not any further ahead or not making headway in that waiting list. So what this initiative proposes is that we make use of space that we are aware of exists at Care4, and of course we have a great relationship with Care4 through our Heart Hub situation and other agreements and discussions we're having through Ms. Patrick's department to make use of those vacant spaces. So what we're proposing again is this initiative, and we're talking about it at AMO next week with the Minister of Health to look for a funding model that would create permanency, or at least even a pilot project, to help us with a number of spaces. I think it's up to about 20 or so spaces I think are cared for right now, to create these transitional, in a sense, spaces while people are awaiting long-term care facilities or other methods of, or other areas to move into as they perhaps recover or unfortunately not. This could be a short-term stay, or it could be a much longer stay in assisted living with the right cares. So again, all this does right in front of you today for your discussion is to advance this through an MOU with the hospital and basically allow us to go and talk to the minister about this initiative and bring anything we learn back to you in due course.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on this? No, this sounds great. Sounds good. Okay, all in favor? Oh, sorry. We'll go back. Member from Whitewater, please. I was close.
I was trying to give everybody else the chance to ask a question before I jumped in. Chair just wants to get home. No, I joke. I just wanted to understand the role that we would play in this relationship is purely the housing coordinator, the housing part of it. Any of the care being provided would be through the hospital or through another agency. Is that correct?
Thank you, Chair. Through you. No, of course, and that was my miss. I apologize, and I recognize the member has a role at the PRH board as well, which is fantastic to have you on board here and bring that dual role. Yes, that's exactly the case. Our role is to create a path forward with RET supplements and to assist the coordination of efforts. The hospital will provide the care. We'll work with community paramedicine and all the other agencies to provide the care. We are, I won't say essentially the landlord, but we are the facilitator of the spaces, and then the PRH will provide the clinical services to backstop this.
Supplemental?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Okay, that's perfect. Now, on the medical side of it, I'm curious, Mr. Quaid, and I know we don't have the paramedic chief in there, but you had mentioned when you talked, there's a wait list of people trying to get into long-term care. This would capture some of those people that are on the wait list. But our community paramedics are also supporting people on that wait list or people in periods of need. So this is just a third grouping of individuals. These ones are individually flowing through the hospitals that need this type of support. I'm seeing a Venn diagram and it's kind of all centering in the middle.
I can maybe perhaps start, and of course Mr. Quaid can offer that his opinion. So yes, there are several paths through our health journeys, right? Some people, I would suggest to you that the paramedics are taking care of those who have certain supports at home and are staying with family and have that ability to stay at home and age in place or heal in place. There are those who are in the same situation who are on the Healthcare Connect or the wait list for long-term care. Mr. Quaid can address that. Who are finding a path to a long-term care facility. The hospitals, you go in for a surgery or a situation where you've been ill. You don't, and you may not have that ability to go home, right, or to your home, or have family that can exercise the right supports. So ALC, or alternative levels of care, is what it's commonly known as, is part of that situation where you are discharged to somewhere. And if you recall our conversation about RVH and St. Francis Memorial, they were going to be using our community care, our community housing supports to be more of a short-term stay at that time. But this is similar in nature. These people need a place to go. It's important to note that for some, the long-term care pathway can be cost prohibitive, right? That is a scenario that it plays out. Some municipal homes are cheaper than the nonprofit homes, and there's a number of different homes across the valley. This pathway, provided we get the funding and rent supplements through Andrea's department, will possibly allow a more inexpensive way to provide this service moving forward. And I'll ask Mr. Quaid maybe to address any shortcomings that I may have.
No, thank you, and through you to the councillor. I think our CA always kind of highlighted the big things, that this is a service where individuals aren't able, maybe are in an acute phase too and need that extra assistance, but are in hospital where they don't really need the acute services, they just need the assisted services. And those individuals awaiting long-term care too, sometimes they can stay at home a lot longer with those supports in place, or maybe you're just having a hiccup, don't quite need the hospital, but this would give them a temporary reprieve where they would physically rehabilitate, mentally rehabilitate, be able to go back to their homes. So I'm excited for it, and to see what kind of positive outcomes it could have for our residents.
Another great initiative. Good. Member from Renfrew, please.
Thank you. I think this is great, and I'm curious, has there been any conversations with some of the private PSW, the private companies that supply PSWs and nurses to people at home? I have some neighbors who I see the same cars going in every day at set times. Has there been conversations with them about this? Because I think it would really assist them so they're not racing from here to Cobden, then down to Greater Madawaska, and trying to put together a whole day. So is there the opportunity to maybe partner with them, firstly? And then secondly, is there a time limit for someone to reside there? Because you don't want to move someone from the third floor of Renfrew Victoria Hospital over to a unit like this, and they end up spending, 3 or 4 months there, and they've already spent 3 months at Renfrew Victoria Hospital on the third floor. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly, please.
Yeah, no, thank you, and through you. So no, short answer on the PSW question. I'll recognize that Care4 itself has a number of PSWs that work within that facility. So if I can imagine the relationship moving forward, that PRH will, through the clinical services team, either engage the Care4 PSWs if they have a capacity, or build that capacity if the funding exists. On the second part of it, no, and that was recognized early on by my colleagues at PRH, that this timeline could be short, it could be very long, right? And I think to define it as a short-term stay would be incorrect, because I think we are in for a longer-term transition period. So we have not put parameters on timing at all.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments on this? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Carried. Okay, I have a recommendation that the discussion reports be received as presented. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by the member from Renfrew, seconded by the member from Petawawa. All in favor? Carried. I have nothing under deferred reports, no verbal reports. I have nothing for a closed session. There's no new or other business. I will take a recommendation that we adjourn. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by the member from Arnprior, seconded from the member from Laurentian Valley, that this meeting adjourn, and next regular meeting will be held on Wednesday, September 16th. All in favor? Carried.
2:40, please. 2:40.
2:40. We will reconvene at 2:40 for the corporate services meeting. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Corporate Services Committee on Wednesday, August the 12th, 2026 at 2:40 p.m. We have now called this meeting to order, and Ms. Wilson, has roll call been taken?
Yes, Chair, roll call has been taken and we have quorum.
Thank you very much. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none, thank you. I'll need a mover and seconder, please, that the minutes of the June 10th, 2026 meeting be approved. Can I have a mover, please? Member from Killaloe, Haggerty Richards, second by a member from North Agona Wilberforce. Are there any errors or omissions? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you, committee. Could I get a mover and seconder that the minutes of the June 24, 2026 special meeting be approved? Mover, please. Member from Madawaska Valley, seconded by member from Arnprior. Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you, committee. At this time, there are no delegations and presentations. We do have two communications items. One is the North Renfrew Long-Term Care Audited Financial Statements 2025, and the other is the AMCTO Legislative Express Policy Spotlight. Could I get a mover and seconder that the communications be received as information? Mover, please. Member from Laurentian Valley, seconded by the warden. Are there any discussions on the communications items? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. You will note, number 7, the agenda includes written items of important information that were provided for your review. And so the admin consent report, and just give me a second. Sorry, my computer timed out just the right time. Item number 1, oh, sorry, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. No, I'm happy to run through just in really high-level highlights of my report. We are very pleased to have been offered and accepted 7 ministerial delegations at this upcoming AMO conference. The packages have all been created and delivered, and those folks involved have been reached out to. So we're looking forward to these, and we are very thankful to those municipalities that have reached out and have included us in their delegations. So thank you for that, and to your staff for doing that. Item number 2 is a note and kind of a save the date for your calendars, and of course we'll get that to you by calendar invite as well officially, is our 3rd annual Municipal Day here at the County of Renfrew, but not here at the County of Renfrew, at Renfrew County Place this year. We thought we'd move the show and tell to Renfrew to involve more people in the community and just showcase that wonderful facility we have there and all the assets we have in the region. Item number 3, as per my quarterly reports to you, are a number of items for your review of what the CAO has been up to in second quarter. Of course, there are a number of different items, of which including the recruitment of several folks to senior leadership positions. So that is there for your perusal. And item number 4, of course, is Ms. Poplinski's report on social media and the analytics thus far from January 1st to June 30th. This is more of a 6-month look at the engagement strategies and engagement pieces that have been ongoing since early January. And Chair, I think that, and item number 5, of course, and Mr. Rinn is he's in the building. He's with us today to address his KPIs as item B, and item A, of course, the KPIs, key performance indicators for human resources, and Mr. Belmore is happy to address them if necessary. So, Chair, those are your consent items today.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Okay, seeing none. Could I get a mover and seconder to accept the consent reports as information? And mover is member from North Agona Wilberforce, seconded by member from McNabb side. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? It's carried. Thank you. And we'll move to the discussion reports. The corporate services discussion report. Item number 1 contains a recommendation endorsing MFOA's resolution regarding the permanent doubling of the Ontario Community Infrastructure. And Mr. Burke, please.
Thank you, Chair. Would you like the recommendation read?
Yes, please. Rather you than me.
That the Corporate Services Committee recommends that County Council endorse the following resolution from the Municipal Finance Officers Association of Ontario. Whereas recent municipal infrastructure funding programs by the Government of Canada and the Province of Ontario have tended to prioritize growth-related or housing-enabling infrastructure projects over infrastructure renewal needs, and whereas the Government of Ontario has regulated municipal infrastructure asset management through OREG 588/17 under the Infrastructure for Jobs and Prosperity Act, and whereas municipal asset management plans and the Financial Accountability Office of Ontario have identified that municipalities have significant state of good repair backlogs and renewal needs for infrastructure, and whereas the Government of Ontario doubled the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund from $200 million per year to $400 million per year for the 2021 to 2026 years, but has not publicly committed to maintaining this funding level beyond 2026. And whereas the OCIF has become vital and indispensable resource for municipalities, assisting them with improving their asset management programs and meeting community preserving infrastructure renewal needs. And whereas increased geopolitical uncertainty is threatening the economic prosperity of Canada, Ontario, and every municipality. And whereas municipal infrastructure is a key enabler and preserver of economic prosperity. And whereas the Municipal Finance Officers Association of Ontario has heard from its members and their municipalities' concerns regarding the potential erosion of existing municipal infrastructure and thus service levels in light of the ongoing focus on housing enabling infrastructure grant funding programs. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the County of Renfrew supports MFOA's letter to the Ministry of Infrastructure requesting that the doubling of the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund be made permanent in advance of the allocations for the 2027 calendar year, helping municipalities to continue building housing-enabling infrastructure while preserving the economic value provided by existing infrastructure.
Thank you. Could I get a mover and seconder for that, please? Moved by the member from Whitewater, seconded by the member from Laurentian Hills. Is there any discussion on that? Okay, seeing none. All in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. Okay, and within that corporate services discussion report, item number 2 contains the non-union compensation review update. The recommendation is that the Corporate Services Committee recommends the County Council approve Gallagher Benefit Services Canada Group Inc. be engaged to provide a non-union compensation market review for the County of Renfrew, and that the amount of $19,639.68 net of the HST rebate be funded from the Strategic Priorities Reserve. Could I get a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Petawawa, second by the member from Head Clare Mariah. And Mr. Belmore, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. Good afternoon. So earlier this year, Council was notified that we were doing the RFP for our every 4-year review in accordance with our policy B13 compensation philosophy to have a market review conducted of the non-union compensation grid. The RFP has closed and all of the proponents were evaluated, with Gallagher being selected based on the highest points, and hence our recommendation to move forward with them and seeking Council's approval for the funding methodology behind that.
Thank you. Are there any questions? The member from North Agona Wilberforce, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, just a question for
might be for Mr. Burke. Is there sufficient funding in that strategic reserve to cover that expense?
Through you, Chair, yes, there is currently, in part because of our plan to adjust our strategic planning for next year so that the incoming council's strategic planning requirements will be done from February to May of next year as opposed to right as soon as the council is sworn in. So there will be sufficient room in that reserve.
Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? None, it's carried. Thank you. My apologies, I skipped through one of these, so I'll go back to the... Pardon me? Okay.
Yeah, the other item was in the consent item. So just maybe if we do the approval of the discussion report, and then we'll go back to that consent item that was missed.
So with that, could I have a mover and seconder that the discussion report be received as presented? Mover, member from Horton, seconded by the member from Arnprior. Discussion, all those in favor? Opposed? None, it's carried. Thank you. We'll move to the Corporate Services Committee consent report. And Mr. Burke, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further to add to my written report, but I'm happy to take questions on any of the items.
So just for council's information, one is the management response to the 2025 audit observations. Number 2 is council remuneration as of June 30. Number 3 is the treasurer's report, and it breaks down the different divisions of the organization. Number 4 is the non-union salary grid adjustment. Number 5 is welcome Mr. Teskey and Mr. Prins. And number 6 is community services staff day. So are there any questions or comments from those? Can I have a mover and seconder for that report? Member from Horton, seconded by
Sorry.
the warden. I already did, didn't I? My apologies.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, trying to catch up. And I'm so glad you're here. All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thanks. Okay, there are no deferred reports today. Verbal reports, are there any new updates that require verbal reports? Seeing none. We have a closed session. Now, what I would suggest to you is that I'm prepared not to go into closed. If you've read the closed package and understand it, and if nobody has any questions, we won't go into closed. If you have a question, we will go into closed to talk about the item. So I'm at your hands. Okay. All right, thank you. Then we won't move into closed. Is there any new business?
Sorry, Chair, to interrupt. We have the closed session, the closed consent report, just to receive as information, if we could get a mover and seconder.
Sorry, so I'm sorry, we're about to, oh, I see, okay.
Number 13 on your page.
Okay, okay. All right. Where am I seeing that motion? Yeah, I see number 13. Okay, now I understand. All right, thank you. Can I get a mover and seconder, please, for the closed consent report to be received as information? Moved by Laurentian Hills, seconded by Kilheggie Richards. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? It's carried. Thank you. Now, is there any new business? And could we have a motion to adjourn, please, that the meeting is adjourned and the next regular meeting be held on Wednesday, September 16th, 2026. Member from North Dakota Wilberforce, second by the warden. Discussion? All those in favor? And it's carried. Thank you. And we'll be having council, as you know, August 26th.